supported the mute swan's neck and said, "Okay, okay, you guys behave. Eat by yourselves, I'm not hungry." She pressed down on the still flailing fish tail and wiped the water splashed on her face. "Come eat while it's fresh." "Woof. Don't like to eat." The warty-nosed swan's eyes showed confusion, and it tried to push the fish forward a bit. "Woof. Delicious." "This is raw." Wen Youning scratched her head. "You eat it. I can only eat cooked food." The warty-nosed swan has no concept of raw or cooked. It squinted its eyes and did not swallow it like it usually does, but instead dropped the fish on the ground and pecked at it bit by bit. No need to worry about how to eat it. Being willing to eat is good enough. Seeing this, Diandian lowered its head and placed the fish beside Wen Youning, then went to squeeze in with Nyan, sticking together to eat the same fish. Wen Youning got a lively fish, lifted it up in front of the live stream camera to compare, and it was about as long as her forearm. She definitely couldn't eat it. "I'll save this for the swan with a warty nose to eat tonight." The warty-nosed swan eats very slowly, pecking a bit and then looking up at Wen Youning before lowering its head again to eat, nudging against its companion beside it. "Teacher Wen, emergency, quickly check your private messages." At Yi asking for help in the live broadcast. The barrage highlights the live host ID. The blue text stands out among a sea of black and white words. Emergency. Wen Youning picked up her phone and was about to click on the private message when a connection request popped up, which was a direct jump to connecting without waiting in line, adding 10 platform gifts at once. She swiped her finger and clicked to connect. "Hello, Anchor. You are a pet doctor, right?" the host on the other side said with tearful eyes and a heavy nasal tone. She sat in a moving car and the scenery outside quickly retreated. "Can you help me check on my pet Mantu?" Siu lifted the plush toy that she was holding in her arms a little higher. Wen Youning slid her fingers across the screen to enlarge the part of the plush cat. "What symptoms does it have?" "It's completely limp. A few days ago it could walk normally, but today after my broadcast I found it suddenly unable to stand up and it seems very disoriented. No matter how I call it, it doesn't respond." While speaking, Siu shook the plush cat a few times. "The ragdoll cat is so soft, it's like it has fainted, with no reaction at all." Seeing this situation, Siu's tears almost fell again. "I just contacted an online pet doctor, who said it might be some illness, something it was born with. Now it's flaring up, there's no cure, we can only wait for it to die." She was on a call with a very popular veterinarian who has an offline pet hospital. But just a few days ago, the cat was fine, it just lacked energy. Suddenly it went into a critical condition. Who can stand that? Genetic diseases. Wen Youning quickly recalled all the genetic diseases that matched the situation in her memory. "Don't make noise, meow. I'm so sleepy, zzz." A vague voice emerged when Youning's thoughts paused, and her serious expression cracked inch by inch. She pressed her lips together and fell silent. What's wrong? Siu sensitively noticed the change in Wen Youning's expression. When she started the broadcast for help, a fan recommended this doctor, so she applied for a call. When people seek medical attention, they often visit several hospitals, and Siu also wanted to find more veterinarians to examine Mantu. However, Wen Youning's silence seemed to indicate that the illness might be beyond saving. "Don't worry too much, it should be fine," Wen Youning reassured. Siu's lips trembled slightly. "No, is something wrong?" "Wen Youning, when was its last health check?" "Last month." Siu took very good care of her cat, ensuring that all routine health checks and vaccinations were completed without exception. All the basic checks were fine. That's why I was especially anxious when it suddenly fell ill. Wen Youning nodded. "Please briefly describe the entire process from when you first noticed the problem until now." Siu pondered for a long while, wiped her tears and said, "The symptoms appeared with Mantu last week. I went back to my hometown during this period. Because I was worried about leaving Mantu alone at home, I took him back to the countryside with me. He was fine when we were at home. At first, he didn't have much energy. I thought it was because of the discomfort from being transported by plane, plus he was adjusting to a new environment. But later, he didn't get better at all. I was afraid that stress had triggered feline infectious peritonitis, and when I took him to the pet hospital, they couldn't find anything. He suddenly became like this an hour ago. No matter how much I called, he didn't respond. I'm currently on my way to the pet hospital with him. It's too far from the pet hospital, and it will take a long time on the way. She doesn't want to just wait here doing nothing, so she decided to go online and seek help. I see. Then, Dr. Wen, you said the bun is okay. How should it be treated? Does it need acupuncture? Josie had watched some of Wen Youning's previous live broadcasts while waiting to connect. She figured if she was going to seek help for her pet, she should have a basic understanding to ease her mind. No need. Wen Youning waved her hand and asked, "Do you have anything to feed the cat with?" Josie fumbled in her pocket and asked, "Can I give it a cat treat?" Wen Youning replied, "Sure, open it up and give it to her." Josie followed her instructions and ripped open the cat treat but paused while feeding, saying, "But it's unconscious right now and can't swallow." "Have you fed it before?" Josie shook her head, seeing the steamed bun's limp appearance made her anxious. How could she inexplicably feed it a cat treat? "If the cat is like that, why aren't you taking it to the vet? What are you feeding it?" "Cece, don't believe it. Online veterinary services are scams. Don't listen to her nonsense." "Exactly. What if it chokes while being fed in a coma? Don't let it die from illness first, getting choked to death or suffocated because it can't swallow food." Zhuo Siyu's fans were typing on the public screen, urging Zhuo Siyu to stay calm. After all, what inherited disease can be cured with cat treats? Zhuo Siyu clearly saw these bullet comments as well. She didn't understand the connection between curing illness and eating cat treats, but it seemed there wasn't a better solution for now. Other streamers say there's no way to cure it. She originally wanted to ask Wen Youning to do acupuncture for the cat, but it seems she has developed another treatment method. Josie gritted her teeth and simply handed the cat treat to Mantu's mouth, squeezing out a bit of meat paste. She didn't directly squeeze it into the mouth so it wouldn't choke. While she was thinking, Josie saw the unconscious Heishuang Buju's nose twitching, showing some reaction, and she was almost in tears. Then I saw that the ragdoll cat was still weak, licking the cat treats with its tongue for a bit while its eyes remained closed. So fragrant, so fragrant. Meow, eat, eat. Huh, what kind of genetic disease is this? It really reacts. I don't understand. The veterinary graduate students scratched their head. Even after flipping through the book until it was worn out, they couldn't find any cases. Josie cradled her ragdoll cat in her arms, adding some more meat paste. What exactly is wrong with it, Mantu? Since there's a reaction, doesn't that mean it's not a genetic disease? If Wen Youning was skeptical just now, now she could be completely certain it's not sick, it's just sleeping. What? Josie's voice suddenly rose. The ragdoll cat's ears twitched, moving to the back. Meow, it's so noisy. It's so noisy that the cat couldn't sleep. Hush, so delicious, I'm so sleepy. Take a bite, slept Meow. Lee? Wen Youning listened to this voice, as if her brain and body were fighting for control. I feel so tired that I want to sleep, but when I smell delicious food, I want to eat. It looks like I'm eating and falling asleep at the same time. Josie opened her mouth in disbelief and said, "Are you comforting me in this way so that I won't worry too much?" "No, it's just tired," Wen Youning said, petting the warty swan that had snuggled up beside her after finishing the fish. "Is your live stream about pet performances? How did it get so tired?" Home-raised cats mainly eat and sleep. They occasionally play with their owners, but mostly they are just sleeping. Animal performances, that's animal cruelty. No, given the size of this cat, It doesn't look like it's being abused at all. This semi-trailer would be panting heavily after just 2 laps. The steamed bun is not fat. Josiu instinctively defended her cat. It's just fluffy. It looks a bit chubby in the camera, but actually it's not fat at all. Bullet screen. Josiu shook her head and brought the straying topic back. I don't take the cat during my live stream. It plays by itself in the living room. When it's tired from playing, it sleeps. Is it really that tired? Maybe it felt the voice was too close and got disturbed. After finishing the cat treats, the ragdoll cat struggled to lift its paw and pushed Josiu's face forward. Woo-woo. Not talking. Meow, I'm so sleepy. Did you sneak out to play? Wen Youning guessed that the countryside would have bungalows or something with a large yard, making it easy for cats to run out. It's impossible. My cat is socially anxious and never goes out of the front door at home. It doesn't have many friends in the countryside either, so it won't go out. Josia is now very conflicted. She thinks she should believe Wen Youning because what she just said was accurate. But following Wen Youning's line of thought, her cat really never goes out at home. When the door was accidentally left open at home, it would curiously glance outside. But as soon as the door was closed, it would immediately cowardly dash back to the ground. It really has a small heart. The ragdoll cat licked its lips, seeming to savor the flavor of cat treats in its dreams. Meow Huahua beautiful. Woo-woo, and also Dandan big tiger. Yesterday I looked for Huahua, and at night I went to find big tiger. It's all meow, so many little meows, so many. Wen Youning realized something. She suppressed the corners of her mouth that were about to rise, cleared her throat and said, "Isn't it unspayed?" "Yes," Josie said. "I bought a breeding cat with breeding rights from a cat shelter. I originally wanted to start a cattery, but later switched jobs to live streaming and decided to keep Mantu as a pet. I've been busy all this time and haven't had the chance to get it spayed." "Josie, what does this have to do with that?" Wen Youning calmly said, "It ran out to date a little female cat while you were live streaming. It's happened too many times and there's a serious drain, so it's in a bad state. Next time, make sure to close the windows and doors tightly. Buy some restorative essence to recover and you'll be fine again." Meow. What? Who is talking? Damn humans, what nonsense are they talking about? Does the cat not care about its face? The drowsy stuffed cat suddenly sat up in a dying fit, wanting to keep its innocence in this world, hardly believing that these things were discovered by humans. The cat clearly did it very discreetly. Humans can't catch even a single claw of the cat. The ragdoll cat bared its teeth at Wen Youning without hesitation and told it to shut up. "How could you talk about my date with someone? Damn, how did this human find out? Damn it, meow. She won't hear that the cats are still pregnant with kittens, right?" The sudden thunderclap hit directly and stunned Josie. She held her forehead with one hand, looking at the angry expression of the bun that was furiously puffed up, feeling a headache. The next moment I heard Wen Youning say, "The little female cat is still pregnant." "Meow," the ragdoll cat yelled angrily and pounced over, trying to fight Wen Youning to the death. "Unfortunately, my body is too fat and I haven't recovered from the deficit, so I can't even jump up." "Oh meow." Directly fell in a pile of cat cake on Josie's lap. Josie has been hit repeatedly, leaving her mind short-circuited. It took her a while to extract the key point from Wen Youning's few words. Pregnant, pregnant. Unexpected gains from a doctor's visit. Meow. No. Fake. Absolutely impossible. The ragdoll cat immediately denies with a series of no, but the inner voice will inevitably ponder deeply on this issue. Sister Sanhua, there are no tortoiseshell tabby sister. Even if there are some, they won't tell humans. It's all meows. Even if you don't tell me, it doesn't matter, I am indeed pregnant. Wen Youning counted on her fingers, tortoiseshell tabby. Meow, the ragdoll cat's cry is heart-wrenching. urging you to be a good person. I hate you. Damn human, shut up. Josie covered her cat's mouth. The sound it made was too unpleasant. So many. Josie didn't expect her cat to hit it off with two little female cats at once. That's too much. Wen Youning shook her head. Josie instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't a lecherous cat. That's good. Then she heard Wen Youning say casually, 3, there's also a calico. You've superadded generations. Is this still Chinese? Oh, well. Meow, I'm going all out with you. The once furious ragdoll cat has become very lively. Wen Youning chuckled, your cat is cured. Josie Young. It has recovered, but I'm the one whose world has fallen apart. My head hurts so much. The cat has recovered and gained a new life. Double happiness, congratulations. Haha, see you, looks like she's about to cry. 3 little female cats, no wonder I'm exhausted. A tear was about to fall from the corner of Josie's eye. She was just worried about the ragdoll cat being in distress and crying. But now she wiped the tears off her face and couldn't help but laugh at herself. You little rascal, you're something else. Josie spoke through clenched teeth, poking its forehead with her fingertip. Master, there's no need to go to the city. Let's head back. The driver, upon hearing this, first reduced the speed of the car, not going anymore. Then what about the fare? It's fine, just follow the meter. Josie turned her attention back to the ragdoll cat that was meowing continuously. I thought you were dead, but you were just tired and sleeping. I called you for half a day. Couldn't you at least give me some response? Meow woo, the ragdoll cat was shaken with a trembling sound in her hands. You woke the cat from its sleep. The cat is too lazy to respond. It thinks you are noisy and can't be bothered with you. Meow, the ragdoll cat's ice blue, bright animal eyes widened, baring its teeth and pouncing forward. I'll fight you, meow. Clang. The camera scene flipped, and after a brief moment of brightness, it suddenly went black. The live broadcast also disconnected automatically, leaving Josie's fans looking confused. Is this really true or false? This story seems a bit outrageous. Looking at Mantu's state, it seems like he was poked at a concern in his heart. Wow, you can really read minds live. I'm surprised it doesn't seem fake. Let me take another look. Wen Youning originally planned to focus on solving the issue with the knob-nosed swan today. Seeing that it was an emergency, she was worried something had happened, but fortunately, it wasn't really sick, just a misunderstanding. Teacher Wen, I brought the monitoring equipment. The girl knocked on the door outside, carefully opened a crack, and seeing the knob-nosed swan lying on Wen Youning, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and placed the box on the ground. The girl said, they're all self-adhesive. Just tear off the adhesive strip on the back, choose a good position and press it on. After all, I'm not a professional installer. Drilling holes and running wires is too complicated. Switching to this type, which is solar-powered, makes installation easier. Okay, Wen Youning patted Dandan's feathers, help me bring over the box. Woof, Dandan shook its feathers and ran toward the door. The box has no weight, it ran over holding it in its mouth. Thank you, Wen Youning leaned down and gave it a kiss on the forehead, so good. Huh, Nyan raised her head with a whoosh. Wen Youning was fair and equally kissed Nyan. You two play, I'll set up the surveillance. She opened the box, and inside there was also a paper manual, with the installation process written in detail. The monitoring camera is about 1 circle smaller than the palm of the hand, quite lightweight, waterproof, and self-cleaning. This cannot be pecked away any further. This thing is very useful. Wen Youning looked up in the small garden, with cameras installed at all 4 corners. It can protect your safety. At the very least, after something happened, we can find out the problem by checking the surveillance video. The knob-nosed swans are very familiar with this thing. They don't even know how many they have pecked down together. Wen Youning stepped on the water rockery of the landscape, holding the monitor sticky to the highest point. Two knob-nosed swans stood to the left and right, searching for a spot on the rockery, their movements perfectly synchronized, with no intention of attacking at all. When Wen Youning came down, they even moved aside a bit, leaving enough space in the middle for Wen Youning to land. All right. Wen Youning dusted off the gray from her hands, glanced around, and felt that the monitor wasn't too conspicuous and wouldn't disrupt the aesthetic of the view. Having been on business trips for so long and seeing that it was almost time for the German Shepherd's acupuncture, Wen Youning originally closed the lid of the box that held the monitor and said, "I should go home now. I'll come find you tomorrow and see if we can get the eggs out then." There has been no news from Wen Youning, and the police cannot casually disclose the specific situation of the arrests to the outside world. Wen Youning privately sent her phone number, thinking that if there were results, Wen Youning would call her. One night should be enough to find all the remaining eggs. There should be results by tomorrow. Woo! I can't bear to see you go. Don't go. Sleep here. She lifted her wings slightly and generously gave her nest to Wen Youning. Wen Youning appreciated the good intentions. She smiled and ruffled the feathers on the nose of the warty swan, which were sticking up. "Come over tomorrow. You all should have a good rest tonight and get ready to hatch the eggs tomorrow." Whoa. You must come tomorrow for sure. The sun has not yet set, and warm yellow sunlight is pouring down. When Wen Youning came out, it was the hottest time of the day. By the time she was walking home, a breeze had arisen and dispersed some of the lingering heat from noon. As soon as she got in the car, Josie popped up a request to connect. "Teacher Wen." Josie hadn't finished her sentence earlier. The live stream unexpectedly disconnected, and now the scene behind her had turned into the outdoors. "I found those 3 little female cats." The camera shifts, with the tortoiseshell and tabby cats huddled together, while the ragdoll cat rubs against the 3 little female cats, licking them here and there. Josie slapped her hand and said, "Go away, don't block my shot." When Youning sorted out the food she brought back, "It's not obvious yet. If conditions permit, you can take them back and take care of them." Meow. The ragdoll cat, hearing the familiar voice, was clearly still resentful about what just happened. The bad guys still dare to come. Josie had an experience of being hung up once, so this time she held her phone tight and said, "Go away, go away. You are not allowed to call again." Pressing down the ragdoll cat, Josie said, "I also want to take it back to take care of it, but they don't really pay attention to me, so I want you to help negotiate a bit. Taking them back to raise, the environment is good, the food and water are clean, and if any problems arise, we can still go to the veterinarian, which is more secure." Wen Youning asked, "Do you want to go home with her? She can take care of you and the unborn kittens." San Hua paused in the action of licking its paw. Meow. The tabby and tortoiseshell also looked up in unison. Human speaking, Meow understands. Meow too. How strange. Not strange. When Youning looked at the grass pile they were lying on, "Go back with her. There are delicious cat treats and canned food and a warm cat bed." Yes, there are all of those. Josie was not short on money and planned to take the little female cat back, first to the house in the city, since flying with a pregnant cat is not safe, and it's far from the pet hospital in the countryside, so she decided to stay in the city for now, and after the kittens were born, she would arrange the next steps. Wen Youning said, "If you are willing, you can go into the cat bag. It's the cage in front of you." Really? The calico cat looked up. Humans can deceive cats. "No, if she deceives you, I'll come to take you to my home." Wen Youning checked Wang Xi's profile, which had over 1 million followers, making her quite a big internet celebrity. She livestreams cat-related content, and even if she doesn't actively mention it in the future, her fans will definitely pay attention to it. The cats will receive very good care when they go back. At the very least, it must be better than when they were homeless. 3 cats are squeezed together, meowing and making noises, And finally, the calico cat is the first to enter the cat bag. The tortoiseshell and tabby follow behind. Oh, seeing them willing to come in, Joseu's eyes sparkled. Joseu used an oversized and thickened airline crate as a cat carrier. The ragdoll cat can turn around inside, and it's more than enough to fit 3 cats in there. It's just that when closing the door, the ragdoll cat tried to squeeze itself inside. Joseu raised her hand and swatted, "You can run outside." It's very close to home, so she usually lives at home without going out for her live streaming. Otherwise, she would have caught this lousy cat long ago. Right, the lousy cat has been punished, right? Remember to neuter after this litter, whether it's a male or female cat. Joseu was originally walking with the airline container in one hand, but now she carefully holds it with both hands inside, saying, "Don't worry, after the kittens come out of the nursery, we'll neuter them." And that trashy cat too. Walking into the courtyard, Joseu first settled the 3 cats in the room designated for the ragdoll cat. The house consists of bungalows with many vacant rooms, one of which is directly for the ragdoll to live in. The 3 cats can move in directly as well. It's just... Joseu looked at the tired and swaying ragdoll cat that walked in and disdainfully tapped its head. "Just look at you. I really don't know how others find you appealing." A stray cat looking for a partner mainly looks for hunting skills, a strong body, and good looks. I have to say that show-level ragdolls indeed have impressive looks, but who knows what cats think. The mystery is solved. It's about being good at hunting and looking relatively strong. Cats can't tell the difference between being fat and being strong. After all, ragdolls are solid. Hunting? How could my manto possibly? Joseu crossed her arms, her voice cut off abruptly as she suddenly realized something and rushed to open the cabinet with the cat treats. She trembled as she took away the first box of cat strips, nothing behind it. Where are all my cat strips? How could there is only 1 box left? It's still the very first box. If she hadn't suddenly opened it and just took a glance, one would think the cat treats were still nicely resting in the cabinet. A whole box over 70 packs. Do you take cat treats as food? Wen Youning raised an eyebrow. So that's what you're good at, hunting. Cat treats captured prey. Joseu. Every time I can take a lot of food out, isn't that skilled at hunting? None of the difficult-to-open cat cans were taken, and only 1 cat treat was left. Forget it. Feeding the little female cat. Of course. It's all this ungrateful child's fault. All right, once the matter is resolved, I'll just... She turned off her phone, watching the screen display the final low battery reminder, and hissed softly. It's over. Arrived. The driver handed over a QR code. Scan here. Wen Youning, sir, do you have a power bank? Borrowed the driver's charger to charge enough to turn on. Got off after settling the fare. The phone can still last for the first meeting when it's away from the charger. The backend reminded her whether to turn on the live stream that was still ongoing. Wen Youning clicked to open it, looking at the screen full of question marks, and explained, "The phone ran out of battery after live streaming for a day." Opening the door, "Little Tabby, I'm back," Wen Youning said while holding a fish jerky made of sea fish from the vending machine next to the zoo. "I brought you some tasty food." The little Tabby was sleeping soundly on the sofa, and when it heard the sound of the door unlocking, its ears twitched. It jumped off the sofa with a start, its eyes still squinty and not fully awake, and the cat was already crouching at the door. Upon seeing the person open the door, it called out sweetly, "Meow, meow, ha." No way. The spoiled cat meowed halfway, and the Abyssinian cat huffed as its ears went back. It did not leap into her arms as usual, but suddenly stopped in its tracks. Standing not far away, sniffing the mixed scents of various unfamiliar animals on Wen Youning, the hairs on the Abyssinian cat slowly bristled. "Meow. What smell is this? Where on earth have you been? Meow, meow, meow." Wen Youning was fiercely scolded by the little tabby cat. Its bared teeth made the fluffy paws on the ground look like they were splitting apart. Haha, the cat is so mad it's infuriating. You smell like it's perfume, it's the cat's nose that's in trouble, Tilda. Sisters can be toxic, I ended up singing along. The possessiveness of the little kitten, it insists on having a fight every time we meet. Small animals are most sensitive to smell. Wen Youning thought about the small animals she came into contact with today, reached out to pet the cat, but then thought again that bringing the smells of swans, black bears, golden monkeys, and crocodiles to the small tabby might make the kitten even more upset. She squinted her eyes and crouched down to explain to the kitten, I went to the zoo for a consultation today. As for smells, Wen Youning couldn't smell anything herself. I will go take a shower first. Meow. Hurry up and get rid of it. Okay, don't be angry, come eat the fish jerky. Wen Youning glanced at the water and food, and there was still some left. She didn't tear open the dried fish because she wasn't sure if her hands had the scent of swans, which probably they did, because the little tabby would bare its teeth just by sniffing the plastic bag of the dried fish. The complete dried fish, the little tabby can tear it open by herself. Wen Youning had been running outside for most of the day and was a bit tired. Take the phone to charge. I'll end the stream for now, see you tomorrow. After charging her phone, she walked into the bathroom, opened the drain of the bathtub, dropped a bath ball inside, quickly rinsed herself off with the shower, and the water in the bathtub was nearly enough for her to soak in. She lay down in the pleasantly warm bathtub, leaning against the non-slip mat, and let out a gentle sigh. The tension in her muscles was relaxed at that moment. Wen Youning grabbed the dense foam floating on the water's surface, feeling a bit regretful that she didn't bring a book in, otherwise she could have read for a while to pass the time. Now she could only lie there. It was indeed comfortable, but the more comfortable she felt, the easier it was to fall asleep, and sleeping in the bathtub was too dangerous. The bathroom door is frosted glass, with a vague layer that still allows a black silhouette to be discerned. Turning her head slightly, Wen Youning could see the shadow of the little tabby cat crouched at the bathroom door. The shadow is very dark, which means the little tabby cat is almost pressed against the door. The little tabby cat has its tail coiled around its paws, the tip of the tail occasionally swaying, ears twitching. Woo. There is no sound. The little tabby tilted its head and scratched at the gap under the door. Strange. There was the sound of water just now. Why is there no sound now? Person. Meow. The little tabby was scratching at the door, a bit worried. Wen Youning heard the silhouette. What's wrong? Through the door the voice sounded unclear. The little tabby stood up and scratched at the door with its paws. The glass door wasn't locked, and it swayed back and forth when pushed. The little tabby seized the opportunity and pounced forward, causing the glass door to open a small gap. The kitten, taking advantage of its small size, easily turned and slipped inside. There was still some warm water on the floor that had dripped from Yo-Yo during the shower and hadn't completely dried. Except for tigers, felines generally have no fondness for water. The little tabby had a bit of water on its paw, and it quickly lifted its paw and shook it. Little tabby, Wen Youning leaned over the edge of the bathtub, looking at the little kitty that rushed in. What's wrong? The little tabby saw her lying in the water, its pupils suddenly constricting into a thin vertical line. Meow. Danger, danger. Seeing the water, the little tabby felt an alarm go off in its heart, and immediately disregarded the water on the ground, rushing straight toward the bathtub. Dangerous, not dangerous, I'm taking a bath. Wen Youning explained, it's fine. Meow. Meow to save you. In the blink of an eye, the little tabby cat had already rushed to the edge of the bathtub, its fur on the paws dampened into strands by the water. It showed no reaction, raising its paw to push against Wen Youning's wrist, trying to rescue her from the bathtub filled with dreadful water. It stretched out its paw but didn't hook it, the flesh pad stepping on Wen Youning's arm, making it hard to grab anyone. Wen Youning held the kitten's paw from behind, pinching the flesh pad with her thumb, saying, "I'm not in danger, I'm just taking a bath. Hot water helps relieve fatigue." The kitten doesn't understand this kind of explanation. It only thinks water is very scary, and now people are surrounded by water. "Help, help!" The little tabby murmured anxiously, seeing that it couldn't scratch its claws. It tried to bite but couldn't use much strength. After several attempts, it only left shallow bite marks on Wen Youning's arm. The little tabby was so anxious that it was about to jump up. "It's really nothing." Wen Youning absent-mindedly patted her head and then her back, saying, Okay, I'm not soaking anymore. You wait for me outside. I'll rinse off the foam on me." Woo! The little tabby couldn't grasp it, bit it too loosely, and simply jumped into the bathtub, trying to nibble on Wen Youning's hair. The bathtub got wet and the bathing ball was slippery. The little tabby jumped up and immediately slipped, diving straight into the bathtub. Meow! Wen Youning raised her hand, barely catching the little cat with her foam-covered palm. As soon as it got wet, the little tabby became obedient. It lay in Wen Youning's palm, with its chin resting on the foam. Meow, meow. Its tail drooped pitifully, and its innocent beastly eyes met Wen Youning's gaze. Wen Youning calculated the time since the vaccination, just right. Meow. You haven't taken a shower when you got home. Meow. No. The little tabby strongly protests. Wen Youning put the little tabby in the basin, floating on the water in the bathtub. The little tabby looked around at the water, and as soon as it moved the basin, it almost tipped over. It tried hard to stretch its paws but couldn't reach the edge of the bathtub. Meow. That's too much, meow. Seeing that it couldn't escape, the little tabby simply lay in the plastic basin, scratching with its paws, feeling very angry. The mist rose in the bathroom as Wen Youning got out of the bathtub, rinsing the foam off her body with the shower, wrapping herself in a bathrobe. Come on, it's your turn. Meow. I don't want to take a bath. You need to take a bath. If you take a bath, you can sleep in the bedroom. Wen Youning carried the basin and the kitten out together. Meow. I like to sleep on the sofa. The little kitten has been strongly protesting, but protests are ineffective. A stray cat needs to adapt to the environment after being brought home. Wen Youning originally planned to give the little tabby a bath in the next few days. This way, it won't need to be stopped when it wants to get on the bed again. Just right, I happened to get a lot of foam and water on me today, so I gave the little tabby a wash as well. Wen Youning changed to a shallower basin and put a layer of folded towels inside. Stepping on the towel makes it less slippery. A stable and safe environment can reduce the little cat's fear of bathing. Wen Youning gently placed the little tabby cat into the water. Meow. The little tabby screamed at the top of its lungs, both angry and anxious, but did not extend its claws. Perhaps because it had never taken a bath since birth, it was very nervous while soaking in the water, clinging to Wen Youning's arm. Be good, you see, it has already soaked in the water. Wen Youning gently comforted, it will be fine soon. HMPH. Little Tabby was extremely angry and bit down on Wen Youning's bathrobe sleeve. The thick fabric filled the little kitty's mouth. Meow, today I will fight you to the death. Okay, you win. You are the coolest little cat. Wen Youning poured water on its back, soaking its fur. The small tabby cat meowed, meow wow. All right, Wen Youning patted its wet little nose. You must be tired from meowing so much, take a break. Meow. Meow saves you. Meow saved you. Wen Youning guessed that the little tabby wanted to say biting the hand that feeds you, or no good deed goes unpunished. After saving someone, she gets caught and has to take a bath. The little tabby is sulking. Until the bubbles from the shower gel were all gone, the little tabby sat stiffly in the basin, looking weak and small. Watching the squeezed bubbles float by, the little tabby squinted its eyes and swiftly struck out with a paw. Meow. Meow, I'll get you. The bubbles didn't last a second under the sharp claws of the little kitty. In the next moment, the spread-out towel wrapped the little tabby cat like a zongzi. Little tabby cat. After using 2 dry towels and rubbing it once, the fur stopped dripping water, but it still looked damp. Wen Youning took out the hairdryer. Come on, let's blow dry the fur. The little tabby cat has seen Wen Youning use this and immediately protested. Meow. Meow, don't blow. Woo woo. The sound of the hairdryer almost coincided with the little tabby cat's heartbeat. Be good, it will be over soon. The little tabby cat sighed heavily. Humans really don't listen, meow. Under the heavy expression of the little tabby cat, Wen Youning dried its fur. Compared to drying a German shepherd, it is much easier to dry such a small cat. Wen Youning went back to the house to change out of her bathrobe, and when she came out dressed, the little tabby cat was still crouched on the drying table. She walked over little Tabby. The little tabby cat's gaze slowly moved up, expressionless. Sulking cat. Haha, so cute. Wen Youning smiled as she squatted in front of it, pressing her index fingers against the corners of the little tabby cat's mouth to lift it upwards. Smile, smile. You're so fragrant right now. Pet-specific shampoo. The scent is actually very mild, soothing the little kitten. The little tabby licked its nose and said, meow. Don't mess around, I'm angry, be serious. Good. Wen Youning brushed the kitten's fur and said, I'll go give the general acupuncture first. Meow. Meow wants to go too. Are we going together? Wen Youning thought for a moment. Since she brought back the little tabby, it hadn't gone out much, so going out for a stroll in the community would be nice. Wen Youning picked up the backpack she had prepared in advance and said, okay, then let's go together. The little tabby leaped up skillfully and jumped onto her shoulder, its raised tail itching for action. Let's go out and play, meow. There is no one at Shijinchen's home. He is still busy working at the office at this time. Fortunately, a key was left at the door. General, I'm here. Woof woof. The general is lying on the ground, holding a toy ball between his front paws, happily gnawing at it. Come on, let's start today's acupuncture. Wen Youning walked in, clapped her hands, and opened her hands towards the general. The general pushed aside the toy ball and tried hard to lean into Wen Youing's embrace. It was also quite familiar with the little tabby cat, and when it was picked up, it tilted its head to sniff the freshly bathed kitten. The smell became very strange. Woo. The little tabby cat remained motionless and swiped a paw. Stupid dog. The general got hit but was still happy and leaned in for a lick. Meow. Silly dog. Wen Youning turned on the light and placed the German shepherd on the table. The little tabby jumped down from Wen Youning's shoulder, landing on the edge of the platform, squatting in a corner to watch the general. Taking out the soaked needle, Wen Youning softly said, let's get started. Woof, the German shepherd responded with a low sound, and the wagging tail also came to a stop. The little tabby saw the needle, its pupils contracted, perhaps recalling its memory of being pricked, and it quietly froze. With each needle, the little tabby cat's pupils changed again and again. Buzz. Buzz. After finishing the acupuncture, Wen Youning was wiping the blood off the table when her phone in her pocket vibrated. Wen Youning, hello. On the other end, Kaian Yu's voice came through. Teacher Wen, sob sob. Hearing her cry, Wen Youning paused for a moment. What's wrong? Don't cry. Did you find a few more eggs? Kaian Yu said with a choked voice, we didn't find anyone. None of us found anyone. Wen Youning frowned. No, how is that possible? I don't know. The police and our staff at the bird park searched together, and we checked the surveillance, but we just didn't see anyone. Kaian Yu sobbed. The person in charge of the Monkey Hill kept making sarcastic remarks, saying we were making baseless claims and wasting police resources, and that we were calling the police without evidence. Originally, Wen Youning wanted to find the egg thief and slap the person in charge of the Monkey Hill in the face, but who would have thought that so many people couldn't find a single clue? At that time, I suspected that there were people on the inside deliberately hiding things, especially the person in charge, but the police said I was just guessing and had no evidence. Wen Youning recalled the whole incident. Apart from the goose egg they found, there really seemed to be no evidence. It was already good that the police came. I got back, I told the police to sneak over at night. Maybe they could catch someone in the act, but I said this might involve illegal entry and it would be a hassle to define it. So I gave up on that. Wen Youning was almost enraged. Wen Youning said that if someone is there, then there must be someone there. If the internal personnel of the Monkey Mountain help hide someone, it would really be hard to find them. Wen Youning asked, if there are internal personnel helping, without any back paths or anything, how can a thief escape? There isn't any. That person in charge actually doesn't come to the park much. He hurried over today after receiving the news and was originally on vacation. So I said, the person must still be in Monkey Mountain. I plan to follow that person in charge tonight. If they make contact, I'll report it again, Wen Youning said angrily. Are you going alone? That's too dangerous. Wen Youning rubbed the table mat pondering and asked, what time do you plan to go? I'll go with you. Really? Wen Youning paused sorrowfully. I want to go around 1 or 2 o'clock. I checked the clock-in times of the staff at Monkey Mountain, and there are often people clocking in around 12. By 1 or 2, there should only be night shift staff. It should be less crowded then, making it easier to achieve the plan. Click. As he spoke, Shi Jincheng got home from work. Just as he was about to greet someone, he noticed Wen Youning was on the phone, so he silently closed his mouth and nodded in acknowledgement. Wen Youning glanced at him and continued on the phone. All right, let the principal know in advance so that he understands what you want to do. Don't really get accused of illegal intrusion. Even if it's not the crime of illegal intrusion into a residence, it would still be troublesome to argue against it. Wen Youning said, The zoo belongs to the director. With the director's permission, she can go anywhere. Wen Youning hung up the phone. Shi Jincheng had just opened a bottle of water and gulped down more than half before asking, what's going on? And why does it involve illegal intrusion? Wen Youning succinctly replied, a goose egg was stolen from the zoo and the thief hid on Monkey Mountain. The caretaker wants to sneak out at night to look for it. Is it just you two? That seems too dangerous. Shi Jincheng felt it was not a good idea. Wen Youning said, first find the person and call the police. We won't confront the thief directly. Shi Jincheng thought for a moment, what time? I'm free now, I'll go with you. Wen Youning was taken aback. Around 1 or 2 o'clock, but weren't you? Shi Jincheng gave her a knowing look and said, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. He said, just let me know when you go. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease and will follow you. It's better to go together from the start. If we really catch someone, it's an achievement too. All right, we'll get in touch that night. Shi Jincheng gave an okay gesture and said, it's a deal. Night falls. The zoo streetlights are dimmed to the lowest setting, with deep, landscaped artificial features. A slight breeze passes by, making it feel a bit chilly. With the agreement of the director, they don't have to deliberately avoid the surveillance. Just avoiding the people in the Monkey Mountain is enough. Wen Youning looks at the person that Wen Youning brought. Shi Jincheng, come help, Wen Youning whispered. It's the one I mentioned on the phone. Hello, my name is Wen Youning. Shi Jincheng. Time is tight and tasks are heavy. Wen Youning patted his shoulder. Let's go find the person. Wait a moment, I'll get you something. Wen Youning held the key given by the principal. The cordon outside had been removed with the departure of the police. She took out the renovation blueprint she had prepared in advance. This is the blueprint for the Monkey Mountain dormitory and warehouse. We can use this to avoid the crowded areas. Kyan Yu specifically asked the principal for this. The original blueprint had been stored for too long and the paper had become quite fragile. She made 3 copies deliberately, saying, "These 2 are for each of you, let's search separately. I'll go to the dormitory side. All the employee dormitories in the park are pretty much the same. I remember the way." Wen Youning took a glance, folded it up and put it in her pocket. It was quite inconvenient to hold. She said, "I'll go to the warehouse, which is just ahead, and it's closer to the indoor viewing area of the golden monkeys." She didn't have to worry about startling the golden monkeys into making noise. Shi Jincheng pointed to the last road and said, "I'm going this way." After determining the position, the 3 of them dispersed at the door. Wen Youning adjusted her coat and walked over from the Monkey Hill. This was the closest place to the warehouse, and the golden snub-nosed monkeys were resting indoors, making the Monkey Hill empty and quiet. Click, click, click. Woo. Tastes good, tastes good. This is sweet. Banana, banana, woo, it's broken. What a pity. Is this the voice of the golden snub-nosed monkey? No, this time, the golden snub-nosed monkey shouldn't be in the indoor area. Wen Youning glanced at the sign above, and it was indeed the warehouse. Wen Youning opened the door, and the light from her phone's flashlight illuminated several golden snub-nosed monkeys. Woo! Before she could see clearly, she was tackled by a small golden snub-nosed monkey. Slowly. "Oh, are you here to find me?" The golden monkey has apple crumbs at the corners of its mouth. Wen Youning picked up the golden monkey and wiped the traces at the corners of its mouth. "How did you end up here? It's cold here, isn't it?" The warehouse keeps the temperature very low for preservation. The warehouse where the golden monkey's food is stored is obviously not a place for raising golden monkeys. Huh. The little golden monkey tilted its head and said, "Someone is coming to open the door, let's run out." It ran out and came back with a new apple. "Eat the apple, it's delicious." "You eat it." When Youning pushed the apple back to it, "Did you see any strange people around here?" The golden monkey blinked its big eyes, its inner thoughts overlapping. "I didn't see anything. There are no humans." The fruit that was slowly handed over was not to her liking, so she jumped out from Wen Yuling's arms, put the apple on the box, and went to look for other fruits. The golden monkey next to her rolled up the banana peel it had finished eating and put it down, reaching out to grab the apple, accidentally knocking it off. The apple rolled and hit the box in the back row. With a thud. This sounds like. When Youning walked over, picked it up, and saw it was an empty box. Just bumping next to it, it's also empty. Only the row in front has fruits, the ones behind are all empty. When Youning gasped, no wonder the person in charge wouldn't let them check. It turns out they were embezzling the money meant for feeding the golden monkeys, and they were probably afraid of being discovered. Then she could probably guess who had the key to the door that locked the golden monkeys. Wen Youning looked at the innocent golden monkey eating fruit and said with a smile, "You guys, this is helping to balance the accounts." This person in charge is also something else. After being discovered tomorrow, they will just say the door wasn't closed properly, and the golden monkey ran out and ate tens of tons of fruit from the warehouse, throwing it around as it ate. In reality, there's no precise number for how much was eaten and how much was thrown away. At that time, who will know that many of them were actually empty boxes? The person in charge of the Monkey Mountain has no idea how much they benefited from it. The pot was all carried by the golden monkey. When Youning sent an alarm message, "The thief has not been found yet. The person in charge is really asking for it. They could be having tea in the police station. If there's a suitable reason, let the police come to the scene first." What? Who is it? Stinky person. When Youning heard the sound and looked towards the corner where the golden monkey was, quietly putting down the slowly moving one in her arms. Good. She opened her backpack, took out the pepper spray inside, put down the backpack, and stealthily approached that side. Come here, little one, to your sister. Wen Youning walked over, hugging the little golden monkeys along the way and placing them in a relatively safe spot. Just as she was about to reach the problematic box, Wen Youning dashed forward, and the moment she flipped open the box, the pepper spray in her hand had already spurted out. The man screamed as an unknown gas blinded him, falling backward and knocking over a large stack of empty boxes. Hurry, let's get out first. Hearing Wen Youning's words, the golden snub-nosed monkeys obediently followed suit. Even though they didn't know the reason, they didn't hesitate to put down the fruit in their hands and rushed outside. When Shi Jincheng finished checking the area he was responsible for and went to find Wen Youning, he saw golden monkeys running all over the place. It's true that the golden monkeys are free rein, but this is too much. Wen Youning squatted by the door, sending the last little golden monkey out. Cayenne Yu was also shocked by the situation. Spotting Wen Youning's figure, she went in to ask what was going on, only to see the figure in the corner suddenly kick the box underfoot and pounce toward Wen Youning. In that moment she was nearly scared out of her voice. Teacher Wen, watch out. Shi Jincheng pushed her aside and rushed forward. Wen Youning remained unflustered as she turned around and threw a punch at the man's abdomen as he lunged at her. Oh! At the moment the man bent down in pain, she retaliated with another punch to the face. Bang! The man staggered 2 steps, as if he were drunk, and slightly fell over. Duh! A tooth stained with blood fell to the ground. When Cheng Jin rushed up to save the person, his throat choked slightly as he swallowed. No, no one said you had those skills. Wen Youning dusted off the gray on her hands, glanced at the drooling person on the ground who was unconscious, and thought that after getting sprayed with the anti-wolf spray, they just lay there honestly, not wanting to fight. She said this should be the thief. Cayenne Yu nodded blankly. I just saw the police outside. Was it teacher Wen who reported it? Wen Youning said, right. The person in charge of the Monkey Mountain embezzled the funds for the golden monkey's food, and many of the boxes are empty. What? Cayenne Yu didn't expect this kind of thing. She hurried inside to check the boxes, saying, I need to call the director. This kind of thing definitely requires the director to be present. Shi Jincheng hesitated about whether to tie up the person on the ground, feeling like he might not need to take action. He teased, I thought you were a frail animal doctor. I didn't expect you to be so impressive. Wen Youning remains noncommittal. If she were as weak as a chicken, she would have already passed away while playing with tigers in the zoo, when you take a picture one after another. Big cats like to pounce on people. It's a way of expressing affection and wanting to play with her. This is how skills are cultivated. In this situation, it's like practicing boxing with Tyson and then participating in a kindergarten boxing competition. Wen Youning pulled the needle out of the thief, making it really hard to lose. But knocking out 2 teeth counts as minor injury level 2. Shi Jincheng looked at what seemed to be broken teeth inside, and it's uncertain how many teeth were actually lost. Wen Youning said calmly, it's okay, there are no surveillance cameras. Shi Jincheng, how do you know? Wen Youning shrugged. The person in charge wants the golden monkey to commit theft to balance the account. The surveillance here must have been sabotaged in advance. Otherwise, if the golden monkey digs out so many empty boxes, it would just be leaving evidence for itself. Shi Jincheng looked at the corner of the warehouse where the surveillance camera had been normally installed, and now there were only wires left. Is this possible? The police arrived at the scene shortly after. However, the police glanced around and only saw a group of golden monkeys. He stopped and asked, is anyone there? Who called the police? Wen Youning raised her hand under the golden monkey's cover. This person stole the egg of the knob-nosed swan. Please investigate thoroughly. Isn't it this park where the alarm was reported this afternoon? The police officer whispered to his partner. The accompanying police officer nodded yes. The police officer asked, is there any evidence to prove that he stole it? Without evidence, we can't arrest anyone. I said I heard it from the golden monkey. How could they believe it? Xi Jinping dragged the person out to avoid them freezing inside for too long. But when he dragged them out and saw the face, he said, what the hell? The suddenly appearing sound in the quiet corridor made everyone's heart skip a beat. Wen Youning, what's wrong? It was him I was responsible for catching in the robbery case at that jewelry store. Xi Jinping pulled out the wanted notice on his phone, and after it was released officially, he took a screenshot and set it as his phone's wallpaper. Look, exactly the same. It must be him. He's wearing the same clothes. He didn't have time to change clothes while escaping. He looks quite shabby. Wen Youning pursed her lips. So, does this count as having a reason to apprehend him? I'll speak. Xi Jinping stepped forward to Bo, took out his identification, and went to negotiate with the police. Wen Youning stepped closer to look at the person's face. Cayenne Newell, where do you get the food for the animals at the zoo? Huh, Cayenne Newell leaned against the wall. It's from Sea City, I suppose. There's a large agricultural market over there, with cooperating farmers. We need a large quantity of goods, so they supply us from there. Wen Youning nodded, no wonder. What is it? Wen Youning said, this person robbed a jewelry store in City C and should have escaped from City C hiding in a vegetable delivery truck. Along the way there were police checkpoints, and he didn't dare to get out of the car, all the way to your zoo. There are many security cameras in the zoo, so he definitely wouldn't dare to move around. On the left is a crocodile and on the right is a black bear. After the swan egg was lost, they also became agitated. In comparison, the Monkey Hill is the safest. Let's wait for the police to ask about the egg stealing. Wen Youning said, I didn't see any goose eggs over there by the box. He doesn't have any on him either. Cayenne Newell softly said, Does he know the person in charge of Monkey Mountain? Wen Youning guessed that he probably didn't know. The person in charge of Monkey Mountain should want to avoid being caught for taking a kickback, so he may not even know that someone was hidden there. It's likely just a coincidence. Cayenne Newell. Everything has come together. But they are all bad people, not a single good one. They deserve to be caught. After Xi Jinping finished talking with the police, he came back and said, Let's go. We'll first go to the police station to record a statement. If there's nothing wrong, we can go back. Wen Youning picked up her backpack and said, Okay. The record has been completed. It was almost 6 o'clock in the morning when we came out of the police station. The zoo director and the head of the Monkey Mountain arrived at the police station almost at the same time as them, and have still not come out until now. As the person in charge of the case, Xi Jinping caught the suspect but couldn't leave. Cayenne Newell let out a yawn. The matter is finally resolved. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Wen. She felt like she hadn't played much of a role. By the time she arrived at the scene, Wen Youning had already taken care of everything. By the time she got into the car, Cayenne Newell was already falling asleep and had to force herself to stay awake. Wen Youning saw Cayenne Newell nodding in distress and said, Drink some water, take it slow. Okay, thank you, Teacher Wen. Wen Youning opened her backpack, and all the odds and ends and mineral water that were supposed to be inside disappeared. A golden plush head popped out first. She sharply closed her backpack and stared straight ahead. The bit of drowsiness in Wen Youning's mind vanished in an instant, and she felt terrifyingly awake. I said that when I picked up the backpack. It felt a bit heavier than when I first brought it, thinking it might be an illusion caused by staying up late. Teacher Wen, Cayenne Newell noticed something was off with Wen Youning and asked suspiciously, What's wrong? There's a question. Wen Youning didn't close the backpack tightly, leaving a small gap. "Go on," Wen Youning said. "It's just, if a tourist accidentally leaves their backpack on the ground and then a golden snub-nosed monkey runs inside and zips it up, and the tourist doesn't notice and takes the monkey out of the park." Cayenne Newell curled the corner of her mouth. "What? How is that possible? The golden snub-nosed monkey isn't a cat that likes to squeeze into closed spaces. How could there be a golden snub-nosed monkey in the backpack?" With her words, Wen Youning reopened her backpack. The golden monkey slowly poked its head out. "Ooh. Hug. Cayenne Newell." Her words were completely changed in tone. "Why is there a golden monkey in your backpack?" "Jai." The driver slammed the brakes, and Wen Youning instinctively hugged the little golden monkey in her arms. Cayenne Newell, strapped in her seatbelt, also lunged forward for a moment, the seatbelt choking her throat and making her cough. "Cough, cough, master, what happened?" Cayenne Newell's eyes turned red from choking and her voice became hoarse. The driver turned on the interior light, glanced back at the two people in the back seat, and finally fixed his gaze on the bewildered little golden monkey. He let out a cold laugh. HMPH. With a turn of the steering wheel, his subordinate hit the gas pedal and was about to head back to the police station where they had just picked someone up. Fortunately, this road is relatively remote, and considering the time, there are few cars outside. Otherwise, this sudden brake could have caused a chain reaction crash. Wen Youning saw him turn around and guessed what the driver was trying to do. "It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding, sir." Yes, it's a misunderstanding." Cayenne Newell rubbed her neck. She really didn't want to go back into the police station late at night after just leaving. "I am a staff member at the zoo. Look at my work certificate. The golden monkey needs to be returned to the zoo." The driver glanced at the credentials she handed over. "So, what were you guys talking about just now?" Cayenne Newell said, "Just some idle chatting between colleagues. Besides, we were right at the entrance of the police station when we got in the car. If we really were involved in stealing the golden monkey, do you think we could have come out?" The driver thought about it and realized it made sense. "Sorry about that, I was in a hurry." The driver drove the car to the intersection and turned around again. Wen Youning helplessly looked at the little macaque who still didn't understand the situation. "Let's not go to the residential area. Let's go to the wildlife zoo instead." "Okay." "Where did you put my water spray and rope?" Wen Youning had made thorough preparations for catching someone at night. Although she said she wasn't planning to do it herself, she still needed to bring along the necessary self-defense items. To fit all these things, she specially chose a larger backpack. Plus, Mang Mang isn't an adult golden monkey. It's slightly smaller than adult golden monkeys. Once everything in the backpack was clear, it burrowed in tightly, making no sound, and if you didn't open it to look, no one would notice. Mang Mang squatted in the backpack, reaching inside and pulled out a bottle of mineral water. "Woo-woo. Drink water." "Is there only one bottle?" Cayenne Newell teased it, saying, "What should I do if my sister also wants to drink?" The little golden monkey's paw twisted the bottle cap, its beautiful eyes blinking, carefully moving its steps in the backpack, turning around to face away from Cayenne Newell. "I can't hear it. I can't hear anything." The little golden monkey lifted the open bottle of mineral water and shouted, "Woo! Sister drinks water." A barely noticeable smile crossed Wen Youning's face, and the upward curve of her lips was suppressed with effort. Thank you." By the end of her sentence, a slightly trembling tone laced with laughter couldn't be held back. "Cayenne Newell. Damn. Is it aimed at me?" However, when facing the round, fluffy golden back of the little golden monkey, she couldn't get angry at all. Forget it. The little golden monkey is so cute, who would have the heart to get angry with it? Wen Youning handed the water to Cayenne Newell while holding the golden monkey in one arm and taking it out of the backpack. The little golden monkey was holding her arm, and when it was taken out, its tail got caught on the backpack strap. It turned around to grab its tail. Wen Youning casually brought the tail and placed it in the slowly held embrace. "Aren't you stuffy lying in there?" The backpack is not made of breathable material. The only places that can breathe should be the small holes reserved for drainage below and the zipper at the top, right? What? No way. Fell asleep. The golden monkey's eyes are like dark-colored gems, reflecting light against the rapidly flashing scenes outside the car window. After waking up, the little golden monkey is full of spirit and energy. Wen Youning held the golden monkey's tail and played with it by curling it around her fingertips, saying, "As long as you're not uncomfortable, this is too dangerous. You must not do it next time." Whine, it snuggled into Wen Youning's embrace. Cayenne New watched with envy from the side. Her workplace was not far from the Monkey Mountain, but she couldn't wander around during work hours. Even when she passed the Monkey Mountain after work, she could only attract the golden snub-nosed monkeys with food, but she had never held a golden snub-nosed monkey in her arms like Wen Youning. "Teacher Wen, give me a hug." Cayenne New gently touched the golden monkey, its soft texture like silk, making her fingertips tingle. "Just really want to hold it tightly, then bury my head into the golden monkey's belly and suck." Cayenne New, who is well versed in the art of cat petting, tried to experiment a little on the golden snub-nosed monkey. Wen Youning did not directly hand it over to the little golden snub-nosed monkey, but first asked for its opinion. "This sister would like to hold you, is that okay?" Slowly taking small sips of water, after understanding Wen Youning's words, she looked over at Cayenne New beside her, put down the mineral water and stood up. Cayenne New thought the little golden snub-nosed monkey's actions meant consent. Her mouth opened in surprise, and she had already spread her arms to welcome Slow into her embrace. But the next moment, the little golden monkey picked up the backpack that was sitting down and put water into it. Then it handed the backpack along with the water to Cayenne New. Cayenne New. She looked at the thing in her arms in disbelief. "Does it mean I can carry the bag and drink water?" Wen Youning pursed her lips and silently gazed out the window, but her breathing tightened. Her shoulders trembled continuously, and her tension was increasingly evident. "Teacher Wen, if you want to laugh, just laugh out loud." Cayenne New crossed her arms, thinking that she would hate this cold and heartless world for a second. "Ha." Wen Youning opened her mouth to help the little golden monkey, who didn't understand social situations. "It might just be that you're not familiar yet. Once you get to know each other, it will be fine." Cayenne New nodded in agreement, as it might indeed be the reason. Then she paused. "Wait a minute. Teacher Wen has only known the golden monkey for less than a day, right? She used to occasionally go to Monkey Mountain to feed the golden monkeys, so in comparison, she has actually known them for a longer time." "Hiss. Can't think. The more I think, the more it hurts." The zoo in the early morning hours. Most of the animals are still in a deep sleep, while the nocturnal animals and the zoo staff have already started their busy day. This will actually be livelier than around 1 or 2 in the morning. Wen Youning put the little golden monkey into her backpack, which was hung in front of her, not zipped up, with the monkey's head poking out, looking around. Perhaps it was the first time from this perspective. The little golden monkey appeared curious about everything around it. Passing through Bear Ridge, the little black bears and brown bears were huddled together. The black bear occupies the best spot under the tree, lying on its back with its belly exposed, paws resting on its body, fast asleep. The little golden monkey tilted its head and sniffed. "Ooh. The same." It seemed to have smelled a scent on Wen Youning that was the same as the black bear's scent. Wen Youning thought before going to Monkey Mountain she had hugged a black bear. As she walked into the corner trail, the black bear rolled over, squinting as if it saw something, resting its head on a rock. It noticed the golden monkey in the backpack and let out a low, "Aha." Come down. Let the bear in. The sound was very faint. Wen Youning instinctively turned around upon hearing the heart's voice, and she saw the black bear sleeping soundly with its eyes closed. She smirked and thought, what kind of dream is the black bear having? It's even fighting in its sleep. What the hell? What's going on? Chi Nu exclaimed as he walked into the warehouse of the Monkey Mountain. How is it even messier than when we left? Huh. Wen Youning quickly took a few steps while holding her backpack, and she saw bitten apples and peeled bananas scattered everywhere, mixed with the debris of foam boxes and cardboard boxes piled together. The staff inside were obviously too busy to pay attention to the situation on the ground. The golden monkeys run out from indoors at night, and they are responsible for that. I was sleeping soundly at night when I was awakened by a phone call, hearing the bad news and rushing to clean up the mess. The staff inside made a low loo sound to attract the golden monkeys to come over, hugging them one by one and sending them back to Monkey Mountain. The staff who knows what's going on hugged a golden monkey and couldn't help but curse the person in charge. Those who lack virtue are causing smoke. They are scamming the golden monkeys and also scamming them. They are being implicated while earning that meager salary. It's really a hard life for them. Sorry for the inconvenience at night. The busy staff, seeing someone come in, instinctively started a set of formalities to rush them out, but when they noticed the golden monkey in her backpack, they paused and shouted sharply, "Come quickly! Someone is stealing the golden monkey in the chaos." Wen Youning. I don't have it. Wen Youning slowly brought it out, intending to take it inside. Since she had been discovered, she probably couldn't enter the staff area. I'm the one who reported it. It snuck into my backpack while I wasn't paying attention. I'm here to return it. The staff member looked at the golden monkey and then at Wen Youning. Do I look like a fool to you? Why don't you say that the backpack turned into a spirit and captured the golden monkey? I can prove it. The golden monkey really did run into the backpack by itself. Kyan Newell took out his work ID to prove his relationship with him as a colleague. The staff member held up the work ID. Remember to say the same thing to the police. Continuously calling the police. Having the police come 3 times a day really is not a waste of police resources. Wen Youning wanted to explain but suddenly heard a staff member in the warehouse shout, don't play with that, what is it? Why does it smell so spicy? Wen Youning's brow twitched. This thing sounded particularly familiar. She took off her bothersome backpack and placed it on the table, then hugged out the little golden monkey and said, "Slow down, be good, go back by yourself. I'll explain to you later." After saying that, she eagerly walked into the warehouse. Hey, no leaving. The staff put down the golden monkey in hand and followed Wen Youning inside. The empty boxes in the warehouse had all been cleared out, and the rotten and spoiled fruits had been taken off the shelves, leaving just 2 pitiful boxes that seemed to have some fruit still edible. The golden monkey was holding wolf-repelling spray, while not far from it, the staff was covering their mouth and rubbing continuously. It seems like they have been infected. Wen Youning said, "Be careful, is there water? Rinse it off with water." She didn't notice those clutter and the pepper spray. It seems that after slowly taking these things out of her backpack, they were curiously taken away by other golden monkeys. Golden monkeys are very intelligent animals. Having seen Wen Youning use it, they figured it out on their own. Perhaps due to height issues, it only sprayed in the mouth, fortunately not in the eyes. Wen Youning walked over. "Little guy, can you give me the spray? This is not fun at all." The golden monkey shook the self-defense spray in its hand, reluctantly giving it to her while holding the bottle. "Good boy." Wen Youning turned around to look for other golden monkeys to get things. Fortunately, the golden monkeys were quite easy to talk to, and Wen Youning counted carefully, not missing a single one, before carrying them out of the warehouse. Kyan Newell is explaining to the staff who is planning to call the police, trying to downplay the situation. Wen Youning came out holding a level and a wolf-repellent spray. Seeing the backpack on the ground through these two people, she raised her eyebrows and softly cleared her throat. Kai and Newell looked over in confusion, and the staff felt a bit baffled. Wen Youning lifted her chin, and both of them looked in the direction she indicated. They saw a small golden monkey climbing onto the table, easily pulling open the zipper on top and diving headfirst inside. After getting halfway in, I fiddled around in the backpack and turned myself around, changing to head up. Then, the little golden monkey stretched out its paw and simultaneously pulled hard on the zippers on both sides. When the zipper was pulled to the middle, a lot of fur on the top of the golden monkey's head was sticking out. The little golden monkey covered its head with one paw and used the other paw to pull the remaining little bit of distance tight. The zipper is perfectly aligned, with not a single golden thread showing. This is good. Slowly, the voice of the heart revealed a joyful sense of contentment. Although Kyan Yu had never doubted the truthfulness of Wen Yuning's words, seeing it with her own eyes still left her stunned. The staff who saw the whole scene of the golden monkey getting into the backpack was completely stunned. Is this even reasonable? The golden monkey below eating the banana obviously felt that this was not right, so it also climbed onto the table, opened the zipper, and tried to squeeze in to compete for a place inside the backpack with the other monkey. Don't fight! Wen Youning hurried over, put down the bottles and jars in her arms, and took the other monkey out. Slowly succeeded in leaving with Wen Youning. The second time was already half successful, but ended up being forced to expose it. I'm angry. Slowly getting angry. The little golden monkey pouted, looking like a round, plump golden rice dumpling. Don't be angry. When Youning pinched its cheek, you can't go home with sister. Woo-woo. Slowly, it's okay. The little golden monkey looked at her pitifully. It's really not possible. Wen Youning also likes the small golden monkey, but bringing it home would really be too much. Even if the zoo does not hold her accountable for taking the golden monkey, the law does not permit keeping golden monkeys. Wen Youning said, "You're doing well here. If I miss you, I'll come to see you." Huh? Really? Of course. Wen Youning half closed her fist, leaving out her pinky finger. Come on, let's make a pinky promise. The golden monkey looked at its claws, squeezed them, but could only either fully hold them or fully extend them. It couldn't extend just one. Wen Youning directly hooked her pinky. All right. Woo! The other paw of the golden monkey came over, trying to wrap around Wen Youning's hand. I've calmed them down, Wen Youning said as she picked up the two golden monkeys. I'll take them back. Kyan Yu said, I'll help too. The staff looked this way and that. I just had a brain short circuit. This person seems to be having a back and forth conversation with a golden monkey. It reveals strangeness everywhere, yet it seems like it's really being acted out. Something's not right. This is really not right. A whole night spent in a flurry of busy activities. Until the sky brightens. After sending the last golden monkey back, Wen Youning struggled to stand as she closed the door. Kyan Yu pounded his own back with a fist, saying, "This night has been too fulfilling." As she bumped into the police escorting someone, Wen Youning felt that the man handcuffed in the middle seemed to glare at her. Wen Youning, did you have an enmity? Wen Youning has no impression of this person. Who is that? Q ranking, the head of Monkey Mountain. Didn't you see him at the police station, Teacher Wen? Wen Youning didn't pay too much attention, but if this is the case, it seems that there is indeed a grudge. This time he's suspected of embezzlement. I've heard the principal say it's over $1 million. If convicted, it's at least 10 years or even life imprisonment. Kyan Yu placed her hands behind her head, stretching her sore neck. This person is about to drive me crazy. Deserves it. Wen Youning did not plan to interfere with the internal affairs of the zoo. In comparison, she cared more about another matter. Let me know if there are any updates about the goose egg. Don't worry, Teacher Wen. As soon as the police finish their investigation, I'll call you with the news first, Kyan Yu assured. You've been busy all night. You should go back and rest early. Sorry for the trouble tonight. Wen Youning yawned. I'm leaving. Goodbye, Teacher Wen. Wen Youning waved her hand and got into the pre-booked car without looking back. At this time, the roadside breakfast stalls are all open. Wen Youning struggled to stay awake and didn't fall asleep in the car. Dazed, she returned home, lay on the sofa, and casually draped a thin blanket over herself. Meow! The little tabby was sleeping on the bed in the bedroom, and when it heard the noise and ran out, Wen Youning was already asleep on the sofa. The little tabby's raised tail paused, the tip of its tail swaying less vigorously. It jumped onto the sofa and caught the scent of other animals, the same scent it had encountered before. Meow! The little tabby fluffed up its fur. Meow! There is a strange smell again. Meow doesn't like it. The little tabby cat was squatting on the sofa with its back to Wen Youning, angry, but couldn't help but glance back. The first time looking back. The second time. The third time. But Wen Youning was really too tired, sleeping very soundly, without any response at all. The kitten, waiting for humans to coax it, became even more annoyed. The little tabby flicked its tail impatiently and turned to knead on Wen Youning's arm. Meow. Rub it off, just rub it off. It's all meow. It's all here. The little tabby licked her cheek. Meow. The person went out to hunt and was bullied by strange things. Let the cat go out to hunt. The small tabby carried the blanket on her back and thought, Meow, I'll catch prey for you to eat. It stayed up the entire night. Wen Youning's original routine was still very healthy, waking up early and going to bed early. I was busy all night and completely messed up my biological clock. I slept through it all. Before going to sleep, the sky was gray and overcast, and when I woke up, it was still gray and overcast. Wen Youning looked at the swaying curtain, dazedly thought she hadn't fallen asleep, and only realized after checking her phone that it was already past 6 in the afternoon. Wen Youning buried herself in the cushion and let out a long sigh. No wonder it felt empty in her stomach. She had apparently slept for a whole day. Wrapped in a blanket, Wen Youning sat up, and with her movement, bits of fluff fell off her body with a pitter-patter sound. Frowning, she focused and looked closely. It was the cat food for the little tabby. It's not the kind she made. It's the unfinished bag of cat food. Meow. Are you awake, human? Wen Youning picked up the kitten and kissed it. Did you prepare food for me because you were afraid I would be hungry? Meow. The little tabby pawed at it, eating with peace of mind. There's still a lot for me. Go ahead and eat. Wen Youning gathered the cat food and placed it on the table, tearing a piece of bread to use as a base. Not feeling very energetic after just waking up and having no desire to cook, she simply ordered takeout. More than 30 minutes. The takeout would take a while to arrive, so Wen Youning washed her face to freshen up, changed into her pajamas, and snuggled on the couch with her little tabby while playing on her phone. Fortunately, after the first 2 acupuncture sessions for the general, it didn't have to be too frequent and changed to once every other day. Otherwise, this nap would have delayed things. But, opening Weibo, the top trending topic is, surprise, the pet doctor streamer Wen Youning has been missing for nearly 20 hours without broadcasting. Wen Youning. I can't believe I didn't know such a big thing about my disappearance. Many people are discussing in the Weibo topic. Wen Youning discovered that her clips of interacting with the animals at the zoo yesterday had been turned into a GIF. Many people were curious about the protagonist of the event and found Wen Youning's live streaming account by following the clues, but they discovered she wasn't broadcasting. As a result, more and more people started discussing this topic. Wasn't there supposed to be a live stream in the morning? It's already dark outside. Is the video of the black bear real or a synthesized fake video? I'm curious. searching for Teacher Wen's whereabouts across the internet. I finally found a satisfying show to watch while eating, but if you don't go live, how am I supposed to eat? Wen Youning thought for a moment, opened the live streaming platform, and the private messages were exploding. It was an explosion in the true sense, unable to connect at all. The progress bar stuck in place and the loading prompt kept spinning. Unable to reply to private messages, Wen Youning clicked to start the broadcast. She covered her face with the little tabby cat, holding the kitten's paw and waving, "Good afternoon, everyone. You still know how to start a broadcast? Where did you secretly run off to have fun? You didn't bring us." Wen Youning smiled. "I went to uphold justice." Bullet screen what? Wen Youning leaned back, sinking into the sofa. "I got up late today, so I'll just broadcast for a while. If there are emergencies, they can jump the queue. If not, we'll proceed in order." Everyone can briefly describe their symptoms in the bullet screen. The little tabby licked its paws, its pupils narrowing as if it saw something. It jumped down from Wen Youning's lap, landing softly without making a sound. Its tail lowered, and its body also crouched down as it stared unblinkingly at the window, suddenly dashing over. Delicious. Don't play by the window, it's very dangerous. Wen Youning couldn't find the emergency room and was about to connect when she saw the little tabby cat pouncing towards the window. Although the windows are sealed at home, it still hurts a lot when you bump into them. Choo! A short exclamation is followed by the desperate flapping of wings from the birds. The wings slam against the glass with a dull thud sound. This is followed by the sound of leaves rustling. The shadows of the trees are dancing outside the window. The little tabby cat stood on the windowsill. Outside was the extending security window, on which a wooden board was laid out to place flower pots. With this paw, it directly reached through the layer of iron mesh of the sealed window and hooked the wing of a bird outside. Little Tabby, Wen Youning was startled. She was currently in the city and there were only a few types of birds, the most common being sparrows. You didn't catch a sparrow, did you? That can't be eaten. Wow, a second-class protected animal in the country. Although it doesn't fall under the first or second level of national protection, selling, hunting, or buying them is illegal. Here's how do we define a cat sketch. Little Tabby, human. Meow has found you a long-term meal ticket. Ha ha ha, so it's losing freedom, right? So sad, it's really too sad. Wen Youning wants to take the cat down. Meow, the tabby cat was in high spirits, such a big one. Meow, that's impressive. Yes, 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 you are the greatest. But can the best little cat let this sparrow go? Wait, no. Wen Youning gasped when she saw the true identity of the bird. The blue-gray color extended from the top of the bird's head all the way down to its neck, with fine black feather shaft patterns. The forehead and eyebrows are brown and white, and the brown-red wings have black-brown spots and stripes. A very characteristic one, red falcon. Bullet screen. Good news, it is not a national class II protected animal. Bad news, it is a national class II protected animal. Twisted 110 right. Teacher Wen is really quite responsible, even broadcasting the evidence live. The red kestrel casually found a place to rest temporarily and inexplicably got a scratch from a cat, which also caught its wing, making it unable to fly away. Its feathers fluffed up and it struggled to spread the movable layer of wings, continuously emitting high-pitched, sharp, and rapid sounds from its throat, sounding a warning. Get lost, you smelly cat. Wen Youning stepped forward and said, The red falcon glared at her. You get lost too. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Wen Youning held the little cat's paw and felt a resistance as she brought it inside. The claw got stuck in the iron mesh. Wen Youning wanted to open the iron mesh, but as soon as she reached out, the red falcon stretched its neck over to peck at her. There were no thick gloves at home that could withstand being pecked through, so Wen Youning simply ran to the bathroom and wrapped a towel around her hand. Seeing her come closer again, The red falcon displayed an aggressive attitude. Go away. Don't get close to the hawk. Huh, the tabby cat huffed at it through the iron mesh. The hawk's claws moved slightly. Stinky cat. Don't argue yet, I'll get you out before you start arguing. Wen Youning extended her hand again, and the red falcon pecked down without hesitation, making dull, thud-thud sounds. Wen Youning opened the iron net and released the nut that adjusted the mesh of the net. It was originally because the cat at home was too small, and the wide mesh made it easy for the kitten to slip out, so it had been intentionally made smaller. Who would have thought that the small tabby cat couldn't get out but would catch the red falcon through the iron net? The iron mesh has loosened, allowing the little tabby to retract its claws, but it did not do so. Instead, it advanced further, wanting to stick its head in and run out to battle this bird for 300 rounds. Don't move. Wen Youning pressed down on the little tabby with one hand and reached out from the edge of the iron mesh with the other, grabbing the little tabby's claws and lifting up to rescue the red-backed hawk from beneath the cat's claws. Meow. The prey of Meow. There is a lot of food at home. Wen Youning picked up the little tabby and saw that its claws were stained with blood. The red falcon regained its freedom, shook its wings, but only one side unfolded. The other wing trembled greatly, and the unbearable pain made it impossible to spread its wings. The red falcon tried to jump up, but with only one wing it couldn't fly or maintain its balance. Wen Youning wanted to help it look at how bad its wing injury was, but as soon as she reached out, the red falcon immediately became alert and looked over. She softened her voice to avoid startling the tense red falcon, gently negotiating with it. I won't hurt you. Can I take a look at your wound? The wild red falcon was very alert, huddled in the corner of the security window, and even though it couldn't fly, it would never give humans the chance to get close. It tucked its wings close, with injuries on its brown-yellow wings, and the red mark stood out particularly prominently. It doesn't look like it was scratched by a cat's claw. Wen Youning quickly swept the flashlight and noted that even if a cat's claw made a deeper scratch, there wouldn't be this much bleeding. Wen Youning unraveled the towel, revealing a patch of red on the back of her hand, with some areas already showing a hint of bruising. The red-footed falcon still has quite a bit of strength when it pecks. Wen Youning tilted her head to look at the sky outside the window, with intertwined branches partially obscuring her view, and asked, "Did you run into a tree?" The red falcon, which had already quieted down, suddenly began to call again, "Coo, coo, coo." Nonsense. How could I possibly do something so stupid? What I'm really thinking is, damn tree. Wen Youning nodded. She guessed it was about 8 or 9 out of 10 right, that the wings must have been pierced by splintered wood. Not understanding bird language, the little tabby cat raised its head warily the moment the call came. Is this bird secretly mocking me? Wen Youning pressed down on the eager little tabby. Can I help you treat your wings? You must be in a lot of pain like this. I will only help you clean the wound, put on some medicine and nothing else at all, Wen Youning said seriously to the red falcon, almost swearing an oath. The branch inside the wound makes it hard to heal, and it may never be able to fly again. Do you want to be sent to a zoo? Or to the local Animal Protection Association? A red falcon that cannot fly has no ability to survive and hunt in the wild. Only professional organizations should be entrusted with this. Wen Youning didn't forget to remind the viewers, if you find an injured small animal, please call 110 or contact the local Animal Protection Association. Don't do as I did. As for why she didn't call the Animal Protection Association, by the time they could arrive, she had already bandaged the kestrel. The kestrel quieted down after hearing this, seemingly pondering the feasibility of human speech. I don't believe you, human. Then you cannot treat me as a human. Wen Youning shrugged. I can understand what you are saying. We are the same kind. Red falcon. Bullet screen reasonable. Is this even reasonable? Ha ha ha, look at the way the red falcon is staring. The CPU is overheating. Why, I already hit my head after running into a tree and got dizzy. Now they are giving me such a tricky problem. It's too much for the bird. Since Teacher Wen can understand what the red falcon says and I can understand Teacher Wen, I can understand what the red falcon says too. I am of the same kind as the red falcon. At this time, don't do math problems. The red kite didn't circle around and was momentarily stunned. Wen Youning took this opportunity to wrap the red kite in a towel and dragged it into the room. Chirp! The red falcon let out a short burst of sound from its throat, then came to its senses and frantically pecked at Wen Youning's hand. Wen Youning squinted her eyes but still held on firmly. All right, it will be over soon, I promise. Once the medicine is applied, I'll send you back. The red falcon might also be tired of pecking, its head bobbing up and down, dizzying itself. Despicable humans. Take advantage of the falcon's danger. I'm going to fight you. You even understand idioms, Wen Youning joked with a smile, very smart. The red falcon cursed inwardly, and hearing the human say that its thoughts suddenly got stuck. You. I've heard it all. The red falcon lowered its head. Damn it. The little tabby always wants to pounce when it sees a bird. Cats don't care about the species of birds. If they catch one, it's food. But now the red falcon is in Wen Youning's hands, and little tabby's tilting its head, wondering if it hunts for humans to eat. It is correct for humans to hold birds. The red falcon is wrapped in a towel and may also be a bit tired and has given up struggling. Wen Youning gently pulled aside the towel on the injured wing, turned on the light, and carefully used sterilized tweezers to pick out the twigs stuck inside. They are just small fragments. Any movement would pierce the flesh, causing pain that prevents the red falcon from spreading its wings. That was quite a serious collision. From this perspective, the little tabby only acted like a paw stuck in the metal grid. The red-footed falcon fell down all by itself. Wen Youning tried to pinch out the debris stuck inside. Does it hurt? The red falcon looked at her, awkwardly turning its head to the other side. What do you care if the falcon is in pain? Then I'll be gentle. Wen Youning gently curved her eyes. If it hurts, remember to tell me. The red falcon let out a low woof. It's so noisy. With a light shining, Wen Youning parted the feathers, carefully checking twice to confirm that all broken branches had been cleaned up. The small plate next to her was stacked with branches, all covered in blood, looking somewhat unsettling. All right, wait for me a moment, I'll go get the medicine. Wen Youning habitually kept some medicine at home. Many medications used by people can also be used for small animals, but the dosage must be carefully controlled. If too much of a powerful medication is administered at once, the injured small animal may not only fail to improve but may also die as a result. Medications applied topically require attention, and oral medications even more so concerning their ingredients and dosage, as some components can be lethal if ingested. It took Wen Youning some time to prepare the medicine. At this moment, the red kite had already freed itself from the towel's restraint. It lowered its head, picked up the towel, and casually tossed it aside, standing up quite elegantly. The kite will not bow down to humans. The red falcon spreads its wings fiercely, but only the healthy wing. It leaps forward and thud, its claws land on the table just ahead. The falcon will never. The wing showed no reaction. Absolutely not. The wound even started to sting. Absolutely. The red falcon jumped all the way to the edge of the table, just one step away from jumping down, but it did not take off. Its claws lifted several times, but it still did not jump out at the last moment. The red falcon remained motionless, crouched at the edge of the table. If you need to apply the medicine, hurry up. Haha, they're coming. As soon as Wen Youning laughed, the red falcon shot a glare over. From effort to giving up. The red falcon never surrenders, unless it can't fly, haha. I'm dying of laughter. No one told me the red falcon was this fun. Wow, I can hardly imagine how annoyed the red-shouldered hawk would be if I kissed it. If you dare to kiss, the red-shouldered hawk will say, no more head. Wen Youning used saline solution to rinse the wound first, parting the damp feathers that were stuck to the sides, revealing the wound inside. The medical cotton swab dipped in ointment. Wen Youning said, this medicine will hurt a little, but it works very well, just bear with it for a bit. The red falcon was unbothered. Will the falcon be afraid of these? Wen Youning gently responded with an, you are the strongest. The red falcon proudly lifted its head, but the next moment, when the medicine touched the wound, its feathers trembled, and it was about to cry out, as a gentle, cool breeze brushed against its feathers. The red falcon, with its beak open, paused for a moment, wanting to look but unable to turn its neck, its eyes uncontrollably glancing over. Wen Youning applied the medicine while blowing on it. Will this help a bit? Seeing her look over, the red falcon quickly shifted its gaze away. Coo. Totally ineffective. Much better. It doesn't hurt anymore. No, this human can hear what the hawk is thinking. What the hawk is thinking is that it feels very bad and painful. Hello, it's awkward. Wen Youning nodded at it. The red falcon's feathers exploded. Humans. Who allowed you to touch the falcon? All right. Wen Youning released its wings and gathered the trash together. I won't wrap the wound for you. After resting for a bit, you'll be able to fly again. The amount of bleeding looks serious. After cleaning the wound, it turned out to be just flesh wounds. Only a branch was stuck in the wound, making it too painful to fly. The red falcon doesn't like to get close to humans, so Wen Youning placed a mat on the table. I'll lend you this. You can lie down for a while. I absolutely won't. How could a falcon lie on such a thing? Mysterious humans. The red falcon turned its noble and aloof face away, not wanting to give even a glance at that soft cushion. Wen Youning provided water and a small plate of meat, giving the red falcon enough space of its own. She thought for a moment and opened the window again, allowing the red falcon to leave whenever it wanted. But before the window closed, Wen Youning picked up the small tabby cat. You need to stay with me. Prevent the little one from sneaking out to play while she is not paying attention. Meow. Okay, meow. The red falcon raised its paw and scratched the soft cushion, but its gaze was always on Wen Youning. It seemed that the human really had no intention of paying attention to it, and its eyes moved slightly. Hey, human. Wen Youning has already sat back down on the sofa and is starting a live broadcast. The red falcon stretched its neck, unable to see clearly from this side. After thinking for a moment, it ran over from the platform and jumped onto the sofa. The falcon wants to see what you're doing. There is a distance between Wen Youning and the red falcon, separated at the ends of the sofa. Seeing that Wen Youning had no reaction, as if it hadn't noticed, the red kite moved a bit closer, and moved a little more. Ha ha ha, it's quite cute walking sideways and sneaking around. So much fun, I also want to raise one. You really dare to think, if you're not found out, it's you raising it. If you are found out, then it's prison taking care of you. Wen Youning seems to be focused on her phone, but her peripheral vision has been keeping an eye on the red falcon. She saw it swaying as it moved sideways. The inner voice kept murmuring, the falcon is just curious about what humans are looking at. The falcon is eager to learn. I don't want to get close to you. Wen Youning was convinced that at this moment, even a slight movement could scare away the red falcon. She did nothing and let the red falcon play by itself. Cough, let's connect for a live stream. Wen Youning pointed to the first person in the queue for a live stream. The screen connected, and inside was a small puppy, a soil pine about 2 months old. Hello, host. A man's voice came from inside. "My dog isn't eating. A neighbor gave it to me yesterday, saying it was weaned and easy to care for, but it won't eat and keeps whining." Wen Youning asked, "Not eating, vomiting?" "Don't spit. You seem to be in good spirits. Yesterday I gave it to you. Didn't your neighbor say there were any issues with it?" The man was pushing the puppy. "No, I picked the fattest one from the litter. It's quite sturdy." "The dog food is too hard. Try soaking it in water," Wen Youning said. "If it still won't eat, take it to the pet hospital for a basic checkup." "I'm not going to eat dog food. I don't feed it dog food." The man pointed the camera at the dog bowl. "My sister Zhao said, it's what my neighbor who gave me the dog said, whatever I eat, it eats. I had a bowl of pickled vegetables and porridge today, and when I filled its bowl halfway, it wouldn't eat." Wen Youning looked at the 2 bowls of plain food and fell silent. "This meal doesn't even have the sweet nothings of the male model I ordered. It's no wonder the dog won't eat. How will it eat if you don't give it a pair of chopsticks?" "Huh, do I still need to put down the chopsticks?" The man said this while noticing the floating comments on the screen. "Really taking a pair of chopsticks and placing them down? Is there some explanation for this? Isn't this a doctor's visit? How did it turn into something metaphysical?" "Wen Youning," she said, half crying and half laughing. "The comments are just joking. The puppy is not sick. Just buy some puppy food and soak it in goat's milk for it to eat. It's fine to use goat milk powder instead of fresh goat milk. Dogs don't eat pickles." "Dog, do you really want me to look at you with profoundly disappointed eyes? If it really doesn't work, you could put $10 in the dog's bowl and let the dog go to the convenience store to buy whatever the kid wants." The man weighed the small dog in his hands. "What a hassle. Sister Zhao said it would be easy to raise without dog food. She wants me to take it back to guard the door." He felt that raising it was troublesome and said, "Then I'll return it to her." That works too. Wen Youning thought that returning this small dog could get better care. After all, the person has experience in raising dogs, which is much better than it eating rice soup and pickles here. A dog this small to guard the door. Ha ha ha, a thief wouldn't even see this little thing when entering. "Dog, I'm not a human, you really are a dog." The man picked up the puppy, turned the camera on his phone and said, "I even built it a dog house. What a waste of a day." As he spoke, the rooster behind him stuck out its neck, peering around. The rooster still had unfinished feed on its beak, and its comb swayed lightly with its head. It scratched its feet on the ground, changing direction and moving closer to the man. The chickens and ducks in the yard are free range. The rooster picks at the ground casually, its eyes darting around. "I'll hit." Wen Youning paused, touching the cat's paw. "Watch out behind you." "What? Hey, damn." Before the man could finish his sentence, the rooster that jumped up flapped its wings and kicked him on the head. His bald head, without hair to shield it, was scraped by a few strikes, and he could barely feel the pecking of the rooster. The rooster is quite strong, causing the man to grimace in pain. With one strike, the rooster elegantly landed after taking down the man, squawking cock-a-doodle-doo while shaking its wings and running away. It's quite cheeky. While running, it keeps turning around to look back. Seeing the man holding his head, the rooster also spread its wings, pretending to cover its own head. "Ah, it's so cheap. Ha ha ha, it's hard to imagine that I can tell someone is pleased with themselves just by looking at a rooster's face. Rooster, just thinking about flying up and kicking him makes me want to laugh." The man clearly saw it too. He put down the puppy and picked up a stick, saying, "Before we go back, let me treat you to some chicken." Rooster totally spicy. The puppy wags its tail, woof woof. "Eat, eat, eat." The man angrily hung up the live broadcast to pick a fight with the rooster. The red falcon's head is now leaning in front of the phone, looking at the rooster with squinted eyes. Coo. So slow. One falcon takes on a whole group. The red falcon has the fastest flight speed and diving speed known among birds in the natural world. It easily reaches a level flight speed of 140 kilometers per hour. During a dive, it exceeds a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, which is far beyond what a rooster can achieve. It doesn't understand why humans want to watch chickens in such a small box. Isn't it good to look at the falcon? The falcon is much faster than the chicken. Heh, strange humans. Are you secretly talking bad about me? Wen Youning pinched the back of the red falcon's head. Don't touch the falcon. The red falcon turned its head and pecked at her. Wen Youning didn't dodge, and the falcon's beak stopped right in front of her fingertip, slightly open, with its little eyes glancing up. Seeing a human still, the red falcon pecked at its wings, pretending to tidy itself up. Foolish people don't know how to dodge. The red falcon jumped to a spot a little further away from Wen Youning. So silly, so silly. The silhouette of the red kestrel reveals its disdain. After being discovered by humans, the red kestrel turned around and walked back, swaying left and right like an old man over 50, with its hands behind its back taking a stroll. This scene floated in her mind, and Wen Youning couldn't help but laugh out loud, ha ha. The red falcon stopped its movement sharply and glanced back. She wouldn't be laughing at the falcon, right? Meeting the red falcon's probing gaze, Wen Youning laughed even louder, ha ha. Red falcon. She is just laughing at the hawk. I'm not laughing at you, go eat something. Wen Youning saw that the red hawk was about to explode in anger, so she hurriedly tried to calm him down. The meat is freshly bought, you should eat it while it's fresh. Last time I stocked up on a lot of meat at the market, and since Wen Youning can't go to the market every day, it's better to buy everything at once. If stored properly, it can last for half a year. Besides those made into pet food, there is still quite a bit of meat at home. Not knowing the taste of the red falcon, a platter of beef, lamb, and pork was prepared for it to choose from. Upon hearing Wen Youning's words, the red falcon was somewhat skeptical and took its steps with hesitation. It hopped onto the table, looking at the meat strips of varying colors in the plate, and casually pecked at one. The quality of the meat was good. The melt-in-your-mouth pieces looked very fresh, with a bit of blood still on them. Red falcon, goo. Quite ordinary. The heart's voice is delicious. Wen Youning held her fist close to her lips to hide her faint smile. The red kite, appearing to eat seriously, was actually observing keenly. It lifted its eyes with a whoosh, moved its body slightly, turned around and faced away from Wen Youning. The little tabby looked at the red kite turning its back and seemed a bit restless. Let it finish its meal first. Wen Youning pressed down on the little cat that intended to pounce on the bird and connected to the next call. The red kite must be hungry too. Wen Youning felt its empty belly when she caught it earlier, but it was just wary of eating food at first. Wen Youning also mixed some medicine into the meat. The small amount should be undetectable to the red kite. Teacher Wen, I finally connected with you, hee. I really love watching your live streams. As the video call connected, the girl smiled at the camera and greeted, this is my cat named Ting, a 5-year-old Persian cat. Look at our faces, so chubby, it's so nice to touch. The little tabby cat was not very interested in the Persian cat. Instead, it preferred the red falcon over there. It looked quite delicious, meow. Wen Youning stuffed a piece of dried fish into the little tabby cat's arms, trying to divert its attention. Hello, is there something uncomfortable? The Persian cat looked listless and somewhat weak. It twitched its ears upon hearing the sound, lifting its head and staring blankly at the camera. Well, the girl lowered her voice, covering the Persian cat's ears as if afraid it might hear, has a bit of a smelly feet issue. Can this be treated? Wen Youning, smelly feet. Did it step on something with an unusual odor? There are many common causes for this situation, such as walking on damp surfaces leading to bacteria growth and odor, inflammation or fungal infections, seborrheic dermatitis, or issues with the cat litter. The Persian cat is on the windowsill, the girl behind it, reaching out to wrap around, holding one of its front paws, saying, "No, this has been happening for a while. I often wash its paws, so it shouldn't be stepping on anything." My mom noticed this the last time she came to my house and mentioned it. Since then, Eiting's condition has gradually deteriorated. The girl looked at her kitten with anguish. I searched online and it says kittens can understand human speech. I suspect she might be sad because she overheard my mom talking about her. So I brought it up in front of her again, but I used a lot of fragrances and antibacterial shower gels, but they had little effect. It might work for a very short time and then continue. Wen Youning observed the cat's paw, noting that there was nothing stuck inside. Don't use overly fragrant shower gel on small animals. The scents that you think are nice can be too stimulating for them. Okay, the girl sighed. This issue is becoming quite a complicated problem, and I'm a bit anxious to resolve it. Wen Youning, did you check for oral inflammation? Yes, I checked. The doctor said it's not. The girl pulled out the case from her phone. Look. At the time, they also suspected it was oral inflammation causing the bad breath, which made it lick its paws. So I took it to the pet hospital for an examination. The results from the examination were somewhat disappointing. Does it hurt? When Youning enlarged the Persian cat, can you open your mouth and let sister have a look? Meow, the Persian cat mewed softly. It hurts, meow. So painful. I know you're in pain. Let me take a look, and once it's healed, you won't be in pain anymore. When Youning coaxed the Persian cat to open its mouth, her fingers continuously zooming in on the screen. After getting a clear view, she restored the image, saying, "All right, all done." When Youning said, "Give it a reward of something it likes to eat." Okay, the girl put down her phone and ran out of the frame, brought something back and placed it by the Persian cat's mouth. It started licking it on its own. "Teacher Wen, what's wrong with Ah Ting? Isn't it just foot odor?" When Youning gently shook her head, "No, it's oral tumor." "Ah, what?" The girl was so startled that she almost dropped the can in her hand. Upon hearing the word tumor, she immediately became anxious, and her speech speed became urgent. "How is that possible? I'm going to the hospital for a checkup." The location is relatively remote. Maybe I didn't pay attention at the time. When Youning browsed the shopping platform, looking at the medication's effects, the tumor isn't too large now, and there's no internal bleeding in the mouth yet. Make sure to feed evenly and lightly these days, and avoid foods that are too cold or too hot. Maintain oral hygiene and gargle regularly. I'll send you pictures of the 2 boxes of medicine in a private message. Please refer to the text for how to take them. When Youning typed and clearly wrote out the dosage and usage, one is for reducing swelling and inhibiting tumor growth and spread, and the other is to boost immunity and prevent recurrence and metastasis. After a week of use, it should be fine. If you're still worried afterwards, you can go get an X-ray. After a pause, she said, "Change to a larger pet hospital for the X-ray. Don't go to the previous one." Okay. The girl frantically screenshots while holding her phone, switches to the shopping app to take a picture, searches and places an order directly, messaging the seller for the fastest delivery. Meow. Throat meow. I feel so uncomfortable. Snapper. When Youning was about to hang up the live stream, her hand paused in midair. From the narrow camera angle, something was faintly swaying by the curtains, a blurry shadow that was difficult to discern. "Is that a cat behind you?" The girl turned her head yes. She turned to the side and pointed the camera at the white cat behind her. "This one is called A1. It's a lion cat, a purebred lion cat. It's really beautiful. A pure white long-haired lion cat, with ice blue eyes, dark markings that look like a cross-section of a glacier, and beautiful eyes that seem to speak." Just noticing the lion cat's actions, the girl clicked her tongue. "It's scratching at the curtains again. You've turned my French curtains into tassels." Complaining is one thing, but pampering is truly pampering. The girl didn't go to catch Awan, watching the kitten standing there, its claws caught in the curtain swaying with it. The girl smiled and said, "Isn't it adorable? It usually likes to scratch the curtains when there's nothing else to do, then its claws get stuck inside and it looks to me for help. I can't help it. Let the little brat sway around." So beautiful, this cat has completely captured my heart. Baby, you are just a fluffy ball of cotton candy. It looks like it's dancing ballet beautiful. Elegant, truly too elegant. Purebred Maine Coons are relatively rare. Most are mixed with other breeds, which carry some traits of those breeds. This one looks like it has a distinctly traditional face shape. There are very few purebred Maine Coon cats in the world. Wen Youning replied with an, "If you keep talking to me, there will be one less purebred Maine Coon cat in the world." Huh. The curtain is stuck around my neck. Am I going? The girl hurriedly got up and ran over to take the lion cat out from the curtains. Meow, the freed lion cat finally let out a sound. I almost died, meow. Haha, I really laughed to death. Is this what it means to be thick-skinned? The lion cat is hanging and almost being choked, but the owner thinks it's playing on a swing. The cat is like a dragon and the owner is like a phoenix. Having you as an owner is her fortune. Lion cat, I really admire you for having me. One live stream saved 2 cats. Sister, you made a fortune. Ding dong. Hello, takeout. It's here. Wen Youning put down the little tabby cat and hurriedly said, "I'll go get the takeout." Okay, teacher Wen, you are busy, I will hang up first. The girl brushed a few gifts on her phone before hanging up. When Wen Youning just woke up, her stomach was empty, feeling so hungry that she thought she could eat a whole cow. While searching for food delivery apps, she naturally thought of wanting to eat whatever she saw. In the end, she chose a convenience store with a wide variety, with delicious fried skewers and spicy hot pot, and finally, a box of cut fruit. There are many kinds displayed on the table, but some boxes are almost just a mouthful. Wen Youning opened the fried skewer bucket, poked a few holes in the lid, and since it was delivered quickly, the skewers hadn't completely softened yet. Although the texture isn't as crispy as when they first came out of the fryer, they are still quite enjoyable to eat. Let's have dinner and just stop here for today. Wen Youning took a bite of the fried meatball, which was warm and steaming, and said, "The live stream is over." What? I don't like hearing that retracted. How long have you been streaming? I'm reporting you for slacking off. I just clicked in. So live stream eating, temporarily play the role of an eating streamer. Wen Youning pondered about the time. Let me show you the little tabby. Meow. The little cat, whose name was called, licked the big piece of fish jerky that had only suffered a superficial injury. It's fine, you eat it. Wen Youning gently rubbed the little cat's ears. It's time to give the little tabby a name. After calling it Little Tabby repeatedly for a while, the little cat would think Little Tabby is its name. Since you like to eat fish jerky, let's call you Fish Jerky. Huh, the little tabby tilted its head. Dried fish. Yes, from now on you'll be called Dried Fish. Wen Youning put the little dried fish aside, held the little tabby cat on her lap and opened her palm in front of it. Come on, Dried Fish, shake hands. Meow, the little tabby cat didn't hesitate to slap her palm with its paw. Good. The little tabby also really likes this name. Wen Youning pinched the little paw, watching as the little tabby opened its claws. Okay, go play. The red kite, after finishing its meal, was tidying its feathers absent-mindedly. Its injured wing could slowly unfold now, but it wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, it was watching Wen Youning from a distance. Childish and broken name. Wen Youning said, "If you're tired, you can lie down on the mat and sleep for a while. It is normal to feel drowsy after taking medicine, but if the dosage is not high, you can just take a short nap for about 10 to 20 minutes and you'll feel better." Directly flying out, with the cold wind blowing, you can wake up without needing to sleep. The red-feathered falcon ignored her, shook its wings and called out. What? Wen Youning didn't hear clearly. The meaningless call could perhaps be understood as a reminder of some commotion. The red-feathered falcon turned and flew toward the window. The sky outside has completely darkened. Almost as soon as the red falcon flew out, it blended into the night. How do we leave? I thought the red falcon would stay. Not sisters, don't get the wrong idea. If it stays, Teacher Wen will have to go in. Rescue and domestication are two different concepts. The red falcon has flown away. Wen Youning leaned out of the window to take a look, confirming that it had taken off smoothly and wasn't stuck in the trees above, which finally put her mind at ease. The little tabby cat quickly jumped onto the windowsill and was about to jump down. Wen Youning quickly grabbed it and said, Where do you think you're running? No kitten can sneak out to play under her watchful eyes. Meow. Meow, go catch it back. The food that the cat caught for humans ran away. How can this be? Cats are not allowed. The little tabby cat's paw was recklessly swiping. Once I catch that food, Meow will do this, and in the end, with a snap of the mouth, it bit down. Eat it. Wen Youning didn't know how to dispel the little tabby cat's obsession with hunting. There is plenty of food at home. We don't need to hunt. The meat at home is enough for us for a long time. Mainly, the birds in the city, the lowest level you can catch is at least level 3, and anything higher is even more so. Helping a bird occasionally is fine, but if one comes every day, Wen Youning feels that her live streaming room will eventually be reported. She coaxed the kitten to close the iron net, and after locking it, locked the window as well. It is very important to seal windows when raising cats. Even if the cat has no thoughts of exploring the outside, an occasional bird landing outside could still tempt it to leap out. If a cat on a low floor leaps through a screen and lands on the grass, it's still salvageable, but if it jumps from a high floor to catch a bird, the consequences could be disastrous. Tabby cats are naturally energetic and combative. The only ones in the cat world that might compete with tabby cats for dominance are the black and white cow cats. Therefore, Wen Youning sealed the window very carefully. With the window closed, the little tabby still wandered on the windowsill. Wen Youning was eating spicy hot pot and said, I'll get you a small hammock to hang up there later. I enjoy the scenery outside. Lying in the hammock allows me to see the outside. The little tabby cat swings its tail vigorously, seeming to be in a bit of a mood. The cat is unhappy because it isn't allowed to go out and catch birds. Wen Youning is browsing shopping apps, thinking about buying some small toys to pass the time, and stocking up at home. If she's tired from playing, the little tabby probably won't have the energy to pounce on birds anymore. Click! A sound came from the window, and a look of surprise crossed Wen Youning's eyes. When she looked up, the little tabby had already opened the locked window. Wow, this window opens more smoothly than I can. It seems that this kind of top and bottom latch lock really can't stop a kitten. The little paws are surprisingly strong. Wen Youning is completely unbothered. The window lock is a padlock. This fundamentally eliminates the possibility of the kitten jumping out of the window. Bullet comments 5. Unless the little tabby can hold the key with its paws, align it with the keyhole, and then turn it to unlock. Moreover, before that, I still have to find the key to unlock it from the large bunch of keys from Wen Youning. Meow. The little tabby protested. Protest invalid. Wen Youning remained immovable like a mountain, calmly eating her meal, while allowing the little tabby to struggle against that layer of netting. Woo! The little tabby cat slid down the window glass. Kyan knew, Teacher Wen, that thief has confessed. A message box popped up on the phone, and Kyan Yu's message followed closely. I saw you were live and didn't call to avoid disturbing you. HMPH, he still says he didn't steal the egg. Comparing the goose egg and his fingerprints, it directly exposed his lie. He didn't steal the egg to sell it, but to eat. He was hiding in the park, constantly eating fruit from the Monkey Mountain, and when he was exploring an exit, he found a swan laying eggs and took one away. As a result, the swan kept attacking him. He was afraid of making too much noise and attracting the administrator, so he ran away and got targeted by a black bear at Bear Ridge. During a struggle, the egg fell, and he didn't know where it went. One of the eggs has some bumps, and it's unclear when the injury occurred, but the egg membrane is intact. It is now sent back to the incubation department for results. It's truly great that we found the eggs. I'm even crying while typing this message to you, boo-hoo. As long as it is found, that's good. As long as the damage to the egg is small and the egg membrane is not broken, you can tape the damaged area and it can continue to be incubated. With the help of professional incubation institutions, the probability of hatching will be higher. If the eggs are found, the disease of the knob-nosed swan will also recover faster. Treating the root cause of the illness, they are in this condition because the eggs were stolen, and once the eggs return, the illness is actually over half resolved. The matter was resolved satisfactorily, and Wen Youning let out a sigh of relief, unexpectedly catching the suspect behind the general's injury, which was an unexpected joy. Kyan Nuo, the principal, also said they would contact you. I mentioned that you would come to see the warty swan tomorrow, and they might talk to you about the job situation. Wen Youning, okay, I understand. The live broadcast went on until the early hours of the morning. Although Wen Youning is not tired yet, she has to wake up early tomorrow, so she must sleep at this time. She looked at her phone, comparing today's live broadcast time with previous ones. Wen Youning thought, what do you think about me moving the live broadcast to the computer and showing you dried fish? The little tabby cat, still struggling with the window, meowed and continued to bite the iron mesh. The host is not at home, so the cat host is live on air instead. Wen Youning looked at the screen filled with exclamation and question marks. No one refused, which means everyone agrees. The phone needs to be charged. Live streaming consumes a lot of power. The computer is plugged in and placed on the table, while the kitten has been by the window, so I take pictures facing the window. All right, I'll leave the next part of the time to you all. Wen Youning adjusted the angle and exited the live room. Good night, everyone. Is the little tabby still a minor at this age for cats? Report the streamer for employing child labor. Ha 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 ha, I saw the review of this report. No way, are they crazy? Wen Youning just returned to the bedroom, and the live stream room is still joking around happily. The inability to connect live caused the popularity of the live stream to gradually decline, but the number of online viewers did not fluctuate significantly. The cat host is dedicated and very serious about the broadcast. Until the room fell silent, the little tabby bit the iron mesh a couple of times, listening to the clack-clack sound, and it perked up its ears, meow. Where are the humans? Focused too much on gnawing, I only realized that Wen Youning was gone afterward. The little tabby cat jumped down from the windowsill without hesitation. As soon as it landed, the little tabby cat seemed to remember something and turned around to jump back up. The audience in the live broadcast room thought the little tabby cat was leaving, and some complaints were halfway typed, only to see the little tabby cat come back again. Look, the little tabby cat is reluctant to leave us. I'm touched. If we take a step back, can't the little tabby cat be my cat? The little tabby cat that came back pushed the window closed, its paws pressed against the glass as it stood up. After pressing down the handle to lock it, it turned around and jumped down from the windowsill, this time running straight to the bedroom without looking back. Meow, meow, meow. Human, the meow is coming. Bullet screen. Looking at the empty night, unable to see any small animals. So it has now changed to broadcasting the scenery, right? A light is rising on the horizon. The clock's hands go tick-tock, the hour hand pointing to 5 in the morning, and the sound of crickets outside gradually fades. In the quiet live broadcast room, only a few comments occasionally flash by. More people are hanging out in the live broadcast room, the account still logged in, but the people have long since fallen asleep. After an unknown amount of time, a thud suddenly breaks the tranquility of the live broadcast room. A lump of black something was thrown over, landing straight on the iron net outside the window with a thud, and then fell down. What thing scared me. A few who were still awake were scared half to death by this sudden sound. Due to the poor lighting, everyone couldn't even see what was thrown over. Before anyone could react to what was happening, the red falcon gracefully landed on the security window. Human. The red falcon outside was calling, its claws grabbing the prey it had caught, pecking at the iron mesh with its beak. Wen Youning had no reaction, but the little tabby cat in the bedroom, hearing a familiar sound, suddenly darted out. When facing the red-tailed hawk outside the iron net, the little tabby cat instantly fluffed up. For the prey that ran away to dare return, this was a provocation to the cat. The cat couldn't stand this injustice. The little tabby cat pounced without hesitation. The red falcon showed no fear in meeting the little tabby cat's gaze. Silly cat. It pecked at the iron mesh bit by bit with its beak. The little tabby cat at the open window noticed the red falcon's movements, and when it saw the thin iron wire snap with a bang, its pupils contracted sharply. For a moment, the little tabby wasn't in a hurry to catch the red falcon. Okay, you two have teamed up right. One opens from the outside, one opens from the inside. Teacher Wen missed something in the details. The red falcon pecked at it for half a day, almost breaking open a small corner. It lifted its paw to hook it, then stepped back. The iron mesh was pulled out of shape, forcibly enlarging the small corner, and it only stopped after lifting half of the window. Looking at the sufficiently sized exit, the red falcon was very satisfied and proudly picked up the food and flew inside. A mouse. A big mouse that has already died. The red falcon landed directly on the table, and the empty plate for feeding it meat had not been cleared away, so this big mouse was naturally to be placed on the plate. It was pawing at the mouse to show the little tabby, not eating, purely displaying. The little tabby understood the red falcon's meaning, let out a low woo sound, and turned to jump out of the window. The cat can catch better. Teacher Wen will wake up tomorrow to find the sky has collapsed. Question: which department should be asked for compensation for the damage caused by protecting animals to the iron net? The red-tailed hawk did not stay indoors for long. After dropping the mouse, it flew out too. In a little while, the little tabby returned, also carrying a mouse. However, since the tabby is still a kitten, the mouse it brought back was smaller than the one carried by the red falcon, but it was almost the same size as the little tabby. The red falcon lagged half a step behind, carrying a pigeon as it entered, puffing out its chest, and seemed to let out a disdainful hum as it passed the little tabby. Meow! The little tabby, with its fur ruffled, dropped the mouse and continued to run outside. The red falcon is not willing to show weakness either. Two fluffy ones are in front and behind. Busy as a bee late at night. The popularity of the live broadcast room is gradually rising. The tabby cat and the red falcon are competing to hunt. This once-in-a-century iconic scene has directly propelled the live stream to the top of the trending list. Oh my, if this continues, won't Teacher Wen's house become a zoo? No, the species are too singular, and many of them are already dead. Quickly figure out if there are any animals with national protection status. If there are, what will Teacher Wen do? No, they are all just mice and pigeons. Hey, is that pigeon still alive? This competition without fighting continued until the sky turned bright. The little tabby, panting heavily, brought back the last prey and lay on the windowsill gasping for breath, when suddenly it felt a shadow overhead. It paused for a moment, looking up at the drowsy human. Meow, meow. So, early in the morning, when Youning sat on the chair pointing at the big hole in the iron net, Who exactly did this, you two? Meow. Stinky bird. Chirp. It's the silly cat's doing. The hawk just had a nibble. Wen Youning pointed at the red hawk with her fingertips. The red hawk, which was stretching its neck, met her gaze and let out a series of incomprehensible sounds in its throat, saying, "It was the hawk that did it." Wen Youning crossed her arms. The red falcon inexplicably felt a bit flustered. Even its choked neck seemed less self-righteous. It shrank back a bit. What the falcon did, the falcon will apologize for. The falcon knows it was wrong. This voice sounds like it's not acknowledging a mistake, but more like, "I'll dare again next time." Fortunately, it's just a small piece and it can still be repaired. Wen Youning tapped its empty head with her fingertips. If it were any worse, I would have to take it apart and reinstall it entirely. The falcon is here to bring you food. Bad humans. Are those mice? Wen Youning was already starting to have a headache just looking at them. They were arranged in 3 rows, Did you two go out in the middle of the night to exterminate a mouse nest? Waking up to see this, who wouldn't have a headache? It's good that it was placed in the living room. If it were on her bed, just imagining the scene and what she would see upon waking up, Wen Youning couldn't bear to think about it. Ooh, the little tabby cat knew that Wen Youning was scolding the stinky bird and happily wagged its tail. Deserved it, meow. Got scolded right. And you too. Wen Youning also patted the little tabby cat. I told you not to run outside. Did you sneak out through the window while I was sleeping? Meow. The little tabby raised its head and rubbed against her hand, cutely whining in a childish manner. No more acting cute. I'm trying to reason with you. Wen Youning struggled to keep a straight face, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift. The red hawk disdainfully turned its eyes away. HMPH. The sycophantic smelly cat. The red falcon is disdainful. The red falcon looks down upon. I confiscated the mouse. None of you are allowed to eat it. Wen Youning didn't know where they had caught the mice, so for safety, she decided to disinfect them all and burn them outside. Teacher Wen, I have to criticize you a bit here. The red kite and the dried fish worked hard all night. How can we waste the intentions of the little animals? Exactly, we can't let the fluffy ones down. The viewers in the live broadcast room love to stir up trouble. All of them gathered around to persuade Wen Youning to keep the mouse. Wen Youning picked up the tied plastic bag and said, "In that case, whoever wants one, send me your address via private message. I'll send one to each person. No shipping charge." What? This is too polite. No need, I appreciate it, just leave the mouse behind. Actually, I don't think it's a big deal if we disappoint little animals. Just don't let us fans down. The mouse has been dealt with. Wen Youning picked up the pigeon again, planning to put the pigeon in a separate bag and throw the gloves in as well. The viruses on the pigeon are very numerous, and they are referred to as flying mice. The cryptococci in feces can also cause people to develop meningitis and pneumonia, which is very dangerous. Gloves that have touched pigeons and rats should definitely not be kept, even if they are washed clean. The plastic gloves are very thin, so Wen Youning specifically put on 2 layers. The pigeon lay motionless next to the dead mouse, but when Wen Youning picked it up, she discovered that the pigeon was still alive and had a mark on its wing. There is a small diamond-styled thing hanging around the neck, like a necklace. Wen Youning, whose pigeon have you caught? It even has a diamond necklace. I don't know if the diamond is real, but from the fact that the owner would buy a properly sized necklace for the pigeon, it is clear that the owner cares a lot about this pigeon. Wen Youling's mouth under the mask was pursed into a line. You can't die. She hurriedly provided first aid to the pigeon, checking its wounds. She saw a wound on the pigeon's abdomen where the red falcon's claws had pierced. It should have been captured. The red falcon hunts by diving at extremely high speeds. with such force that it can deliver a fatal blow to a wild duck in one strike. If the same hunting method were applied to the pigeon, its neck would have been broken long ago. Perhaps the head and neck have separated. Fortunately, it was done with claws. There is still hope. The pigeon felt pain when it was being injected, half closing its eyes. Coo coo coo. It hurts so much, it hurts so much. Good, it will be over soon. It won't hurt anymore. Without anesthesia, Wen Youning fed the pigeon pain relief medication diluted with water, and when the pigeon stopped trembling from the pain, she pulled over the light and began cleaning the wound. If she didn't have a habit of stockpiling, she would be completely at a loss facing the state of this pigeon. Why does this pigeon look a bit familiar to me? Familiar +1. Isn't this the princess pigeon from Strange News Shah's house? That necklace is so recognizable. Yesterday, Wenji was live streaming and the Dano pigeon was taken by the red falcon. Could it be this one? No, the texture on this one is dots and the texture on that one is lines. Can't you tell the difference? Wen Youning finished cleaning the wounds of the pigeon, and the pigeon, already unconscious, had fallen asleep. She moved the pigeon to a soft pad so it could rest comfortably. Next comes the long process of recovery, 3 parts treatment and 7 parts care. After the pigeon was out of danger, Wen Youning finally had the time to check the comments. At this moment, at Wen Shah had already started trending. Wen Youning scrolled up and finally understood what was going on. After watching all the bullet comments, she fell silent. Indeed, she had caught someone else's pet pigeon. Wen Youning looked at the culprit. Where did you catch this pigeon? The red falcon saw the pigeon lying on the mat where it had previously rested and snorted in dissatisfaction. I didn't catch it. It was taken by the falcon. The stupid thing still wants to compete with the falcon, dreaming. The falcon is the strongest among all falcons. Was it not you who caught it? Wen Youning didn't expect this matter to have a twist. Did you steal it from another kestrel's claws? Chirp. No, it wasn't stealing. Kestrels are the most reasonable. It was the ugly bird that couldn't defeat the kestrel and willingly gave it up to the kestrel. The case has been solved. It was truly stolen. Then you could be said to have saved the dove, Wen Youning thought. If it had fallen into the hands of another red falcon, it would definitely have been eaten. In her hands, it could still be saved. Aren't you already out of life-threatening danger now? The live broadcast is filled with that, but the person Wen Shah shows no reaction. The pigeon was caught at night. At this time, Wen Shah, who lost the pigeon, is likely searching for traces of the pigeon along the way. The red falcon clearly cannot eat the pigeon while in flight. If it finds the pigeon before landing to eat, there might still be a chance to save it. It is clear that Wen Shah has no time to look at his phone now. Wen Youning first sent a private message to Wen Shah, along with a picture of a pigeon, hoping that Wen Shah would see it and contact her. When searching, in addition to finding the individual's account, relevant videos will also pop up. The latest related video below is the recording of Wen Shah's live broadcast from last night. Wen Youning was also curious about what was happening at that time, so she clicked in. In the video, Wen Shah is wearing a black suit and standing in a sparsely populated park. Perched on his hand is a pigeon with a diamond necklace around its neck. After training Daniel for so long, today is the time for everyone to see the results. Wen Shah looks quite nervous. It's my first time letting go, and I don't know if Daniel will fly back. Daniel, you must fly back. The outside world is very complicated, and as a little pigeon, you won't survive well. In the end, I still have to have a heartfelt talk with Daniel. As the time was about right, the strange creature untied the small lock on the dove's feet in the video. After being untied, the dove did not immediately fly away. The strange creature's tense expression relaxed slightly. Hey, it worked, huh? Dono, come, fly around for Dad to see. The strange creature raised a hand and gestured upward, just like this, take off and fly. The pigeon spread its wings in his hand and leaped upward as it was lifted by Gwai Wensha, simultaneously spreading its wings. Woo wow, look how beautifully my Dano flies. The pigeon flew around and landed, while Gwai Wensha timely extended his hand again to ensure a stable landing. Did you see that, brothers? The pigeon training operation was a great success. Gwai Wensha gave a thumbs up to the camera and still felt a bit unsatisfied, saying, Danu, do it again. With a flick of the hand, the dove took off, and the diamond necklace around its neck naturally drooped, sparkling like stars in the night. Gwai Wensha shouted loudly to thank for the gift. There was a brief glitch during the live screen recording. Wen Youning dragged the progress bar and only released it after the glitch disappeared. At this moment, the pigeon in the video has flown back to Gwai Wensha's hand again. Gwai Wensha happily stroked the pigeon's feathers, saying, That's great, Dano, you're amazing, fly around again for the brothers to see. Flying around in the sky and then coming down, this amount of exercise is nothing for a pigeon. It wouldn't even tire them out, hardly more than a warm-up. This time Gwai Wensha is trying something advanced. Dano, let's fly a bit higher this time. He took the pigeon in his hand and threw it strongly into the sky, shouting, Go. The camera followed the pigeon as it ascended, and just as it spread its wings, a shadow rushed in like a dart, quickly approaching. Before I could see what it was, it had already caught the white pigeon and made a parabolic arc, disappearing from the camera's frame. Strange Wensha. Dano Video bullet comments flying screen, let's go. Will the dove come back? Really not coming back. What should I do without you, anchor? The host screams in the video are piercing to the ear. Before Wen Youning's fluffy hair became frizzy at home, she turned the phone's volume down to the lowest. She glanced sideways, directly meeting the little gaze of the red hawk that was stealing a look. The red falcon was caught stealing glances and immediately became brazen. What are you looking at? The falcon is much cooler than that ugly bird in the video. Yes, you are the coolest. Wen Youning poked the fur standing up on its head with her fingertip. So, what happened to that red falcon whose food you stole? The red falcon jumped back to avoid Wen Youning's hand. Let the falcon be. Do whatever you want. Not familiar. A fleeting encounter during a pure robbery. All right, I hope it isn't injured. After all, injured wild animals find it very difficult to survive in the wild. Wen Youning reminded, if it's injured, remember to tell me. Goo. No way. The falcon knows how to handle things with precision. Wen Youning chuckled, hoping so, and she stood up and said, let's all have breakfast. She can't go out for now. She has to wait for the blogger to contact her and bring the pigeon back. The wound is deep, but it's not actually very serious. The blogger can take it back to care for it. I mixed some cat food into the homemade pet food for the little tabby, while the red falcon got a plate of thawed fresh-cut meat. After a busy night, all the food caught is inside the house, and these two fluffy ones probably haven't eaten anything at all. So where did Wenji go? Why hasn't there been any news? I don't know. Does anyone know how to contact him? Please send a WeChat message to say that the dove has been found. You bad falcon. I was having a great time showing my brothers the results of my training, and then you swooped in and took it away. So mean. It wasn't it that caught the pigeon. Wen Youning filled 2 plates with water and seeing the comments starting to criticize the red falcon, explained, it snatched it from another red falcon, to be precise. It saved the pigeon's life. There are differences in appearance between male and female red falcons. The male's colors are more vibrant. You can enlarge the live broadcast recording and compare it with this one. It is clearly not the same. Wen Youning brought the camera closer to the red falcon, who was focused on eating. The red falcon's beak was holding meat and noticed the human approach, lifting its claw to touch the phone lens. Standing on one leg to eat is quite steady as well. Don't block, I'm trying to prove something to you. Wen Youning scanned over the red falcon and deliberately pinched the edge of its wing with 2 fingers, carefully pulling it open. Look, the patterns are all different. She rotated the angle 180 degrees and took clear shots of everywhere except her abdomen. The red-footed falcon went from initial resistance to later indifference and giving up. After all, it doesn't hinder its eating, so if humans want to film, let them film. It really seems different. So where did Wen go chasing that red-footed falcon? Could it be that Wen didn't notice the pigeon was taken away by another red-footed falcon and was actually chasing the first one? The barrage of comments began to analyze and untangle the clues right before the broadcast ended. The red-tailed hawk in Wen Youling's home has a blue-gray neck and back of the neck, while the one in the video catching pigeons has a chestnut-red upper body. However, against the backdrop of the early morning sky, it doesn't look very clear. Now, when Wen Youning takes a close-up shot and places the 2 screenshots side by side, the differences are immediately apparent. Meow. Get lost. Wen Youning was still chatting with the bullet comments. Her typing hand froze, and when she looked up, she saw that the 2 fluffy creatures that had been eating on either side were now very close and about to fight. Don't fight. Before an incident occurred, Wen Youning reached out her hand between the 2 fluffy beings. The little tabby immediately tilted to the left, poking its head out and baring its teeth. Ha! The red falcon was not to be outdone, also tilting its head to the left. Goo! The 2 fluffy creatures faced each other, both tilting left, but the direction they were looking did not align at all, completely missing each other's gaze. Staring blankly, both of them were simultaneously frozen in place. Puff, haha. Wen Youning looked at the 2 of them, whose heads seemed to have 2 big solid question marks on top, and as soon as she smiled, the 2 fluffy ones raised their heads in unison. All right, Wen Youning coaxed them while stroking their fur on both sides, just eat your own. Wen Youning opened the refrigerator, looked at the remaining ingredients inside, and thought about what to make for breakfast. Meow. Chirp. In the moment he turned around, the 2 had started fighting again. Wen Youning, you guys. Meow, it's a meow, it's all meows. The falcon can eat whatever it wants, don't mess with the falcon's meat. Wen Youning wondered, do red falcons eat cooked meat? It seems that the red falcon really likes the pet food that the little tabby cat eats. She usually prepares some jerky for the little tabby cat, but it won't be all jerky in one meal. It's mixed with other food. Could it be that seeing the red falcon eat made the little tabby want to eat some jerky too? Regardless of whether it was a change in taste or some other reason, Wen Youning prepared an extra portion of food and placed it in front of the 2 of them. Come on, eat. The 2 fluffy fighters paused their actions, glanced at the food dish, and then turned their heads back to continue fighting in unison. Wen Youning. All right. It seems that it's not because they want to eat. It's purely because I want to fight. However, after watching them fight for a long time, they didn't get hurt much. The red falcon pecked for a long time and didn't remove a single feather. The little tabby also scratched without plucking any feathers. It's more like playful wrestling than fighting. Wen Youning let them play around, only reminding, don't break my plates, otherwise I'll deduct your rations. Besides a set kept for personal use, most of the plates at home have been taken out. If these plates are broken, I'll have to go buy a new set next time for feeding. Wen Youning walked into the kitchen and made a simple sandwich, 2 slices of bread with a piece of lettuce and a slice of ham. Paired with milk, it was a complete breakfast. The little tabby and the red hawk played on the table for a long time, and after getting tired, they took a short break before continuing to eat. Wen Youning squeezed the empty milk carton, and the phone on the table started ringing, beep, beep. It was the news from Guiwansha. Wen Youning is afraid that there are too many private messages, and she might miss Guai Wensha's replies. So she specifically set Guai Wensha's account to special reminders. Guai Wensha, hello, host. I know this is very bold of me, but I really have no other way. I'm currently at Red Hawk and I've encountered a bit of a problem. Would it be convenient for you to come over? Also, could you bring Donna with you? I'll pay double or triple the consultation fee, or you can name your price and I won't negotiate. Red Hawk. The Red Hawk that Guai Wensha is chasing after is the unfortunate one that was beaten by her family and then stole the pigeon. Why does it feel like the situation of that red falcon is not looking good from the news from Guai Wensha? Wen Youning address. Guai Wensha, it's a hassle-attached map location. The pigeon is small in size, just big enough to fit in your pocket. Be good at home and wait for me to come back. Wen Youning said, pulling at the repaired window screen again. You're not allowed to run outside anymore, okay? Otherwise, I will really be angry. Meow. The little tabby jumped up and rubbed against her wrist. Come back early, meow. Wen Youning scratched the chin of the little tabby cat and after confirming that the window was locked, turned around to see that the red falcon, which had been eating meat on the table a moment ago, had somehow made its way to the door. There was a strong feeling of, the falcon is right here, so hurry up and open the door for it. After all, the red falcon is not a domesticated bird. It might want to go out after having a full meal. Wen Youning moved to open the door and said, and you, no pecking at my metal mesh anymore. If it really breaks completely, taking it apart and reinstalling it will be very expensive. The red falcon tilts its head. I am a falcon. The falcon doesn't understand what humans are saying. It's like the word rebellious is written on its face. Ha, don't make it difficult for the Red Hawk. I'll pay any price for it. What's wrong with kids using iron nets to sharpen bird beaks? If the beak isn't sharp enough, how can it catch mice for you? You can understand. Wen Youning nodded at the back of its head. The Red Hawk ignored her and flew directly out as soon as the door opened. After a night, its wounds from yesterday had mostly healed. Unless you spread the feathers apart to look, you might not even notice the injuries on its wings. The red falcon quickly left through the ventilated opening in the corridor. Wen Youning looked at the address on her phone when she went out. It wasn't too far, but to save time she chose to take a taxi. The location showed that it was at Sanhua Park, and Wen Youning guessed it was the park where Guai Wensha trained pigeons to fly. On a weekday morning, around 7 or 8 o'clock, there were still many people in the park. The dancing elderly people each occupy their own space, without interfering with each other. It's a bit chaotic when different songs are playing in the speaker. Wen Youning followed the map navigation into a small path where there were fewer and fewer people, and the noise of the speaker gradually faded behind her. From a distance, I couldn't see the red kite, but I saw a few men squatting on the ground, one of whom was rummaging through something on his phone. The only one standing was on the phone saying, yes, that's, no, it wasn't us who did it. It was like this when we found it. I swear it's not. What, does this also need to be judged? Don't mess with me, man. I'm not joking. Is this about consulting the sentence? I hope Guai Wensha didn't get rid of the red falcon out of a moment of anger. That is a nationally protected animal. Does he not have an education or a brain? The man in the suit squatting in the middle stood up immediately upon hearing the noise and saw Wen Youning, saying, Teacher Wen, you're here. I just watched your live stream several times and was just talking about when you'd arrive. Didn't expect it to be so soon. Guai Wensha picked up the bird's nest from the ground, along with the unconscious bird inside, and brought it in front of Wen Youning. Guai Wensha felt uncertain inside, nervously rubbing a protruding branch of the bird's nest with his fingers. Is there still a chance for it to be saved? Wen Youning said in shock, You. No, it's not me. Before she finished speaking, Guai Wensha had already clearly understood the meaning behind her words and quickly denied it. I swear, I didn't do anything. It was already like this when we chased after it. If he weren't holding the bird's nest and couldn't free his hands, he would have to swear with 3 fingers together raised above his head. When the incident happened in the morning, the sky was still gray. We chased from the ground several times and almost lost it. The trees here were all searched one by one, and when we found this bird's nest, it had already fainted. By heaven's conscience, he just wanted to find his pigeon back. Who knows, encountering a nationally protected second-class animal for extortion, isn't this bullying? He didn't even make it in time for the red falcon to wake up. Wen Youning handed him the dove in her arms, put on gloves, and started to check it. I gave it some pain relief. It's still sleeping right now. If you're worried, you can take it to a pet hospital for a comprehensive checkup. Dano, the old father, almost shed tears upon seeing the dove he thought he had lost. You scared me to death. As I spoke, a familiar shadow passed overhead. Guai Wensha subconsciously pulled the pigeon in his hands close to his chest, gripping it tightly. However, the bird that landed at that moment showed no intention of catching the pigeon, but instead floated gracefully down onto Wen Youning's shoulder. When Guai Wensha was guarding the seemingly lifeless red falcon, he already knew what had happened after the pigeon was taken away last night. He initially wanted to call the police and check the surveillance, but unexpectedly got tagged by a large number of people. Having understood the course of events, it is clear that if it weren't for this red falcon intervening and snatching the pigeon away, his heart would have been devoured, leaving not a feather behind. After all, it was the red falcon that caught the pigeon. Especially in a place like the park, which is filled with surveillance, even if I had rushed over immediately, I would have hesitated while trying to rescue the pigeon. What if I accidentally harmed the red falcon? That would change the situation entirely. Fortunately, it was snatched away, and luckily it was this red falcon that took it to give to Wen Youning. Upon careful thought, Guai Wensha realized that his family's pigeons were indeed fortunate. Each link led to another, and if any link were broken, it would be dead. Thank you. How about I buy you some meat? The red falcon eats meat, right? Guai Wensha wanted to give something as a reward. Of course, the red falcon likely didn't lack for anything, but it was the thought that counted. The red falcon didn't even look at him, constantly adjusting its position on Wen Youning's shoulder, finding a comfortable spot and squatting down. Goo. It died. Not dead. Wen Youning put down the red falcon and said, just fainted. There are no obvious external injuries. It will wake up by itself after a while. The odd news made Sha feel relieved at once. It's good that he's not dead. It's good that he's not dead. That scared me to death. Do you know, Teacher Wen, we chased after it and climbed up the tree, originally intending to save Danuo, but when we focused our eyes, we found nothing but a fainted red falcon. We were so scared that our hair stood on end. It wasn't until we jumped down that we discovered there were surveillance cameras nearby. Gilwen Sha clapped his hands and spread them out, saying, I said it was over at that time. This is hard to explain now. If it weren't for seeing your video before calling the police, I almost reported them to check the surveillance. I was ready to turn myself in. Find the police or Animal Protection Association when encountering wild animals, but finding a red falcon with an unclear fate, plus having them climb the tree caught on camera, really leaves us with no way to explain it clearly. It's really fortunate that I can still stand here safe and sound. Haha, immersing in the moment, my soul has been scared away. Anyone who sees an endangered animal that looks like it's dead would have their heart racing. Sitting in prison until the end of time, like a bird. Under the rescue of Wen Youning, the fainted red kite slowly opened its eyes, initially a bit confused, but upon seeing humans so close, it was instantly scared stiff, feathers standing on end. And as it tried to flap its wings, it caught a glimpse of its kind on Wen Youning's shoulder. The red falcon, regardless of its still weak body, opened its mouth and cursed, chirp, hashend, ga chirp and ah. The curse was too rapid for Wen Youning to catch, but judging from the reaction of the red falcon on her shoulder, it must have been quite vulgar. The red falcon swooped in to strike it, but Wen Youning quickly raised her hand to hold it down, firmly controlling it on her shoulder. "Be good, it's a sick falcon. We won't stoop to its level. You're so broad-minded, right? Just ignore it." "Falcons are not broad. Falcon will compete with you, ugly bird." The red falcon couldn't stand this at all. Since it couldn't peck, it took advantage of Wen Youning's half-squatting position and stretched its wings out from her fingers to flap at its kin's head. "I hit. The red falcon that's fighting hard is even using its claws." Wen Youning gently coaxed, all right, it's evened out. Didn't you snatch a pigeon from it yesterday? It's settled now." The red falcon angrily stated, "It's not evened out at all. That was taken by the falcon based on its own abilities." Guai Wensha watched them communicate effortlessly and hesitantly asked, "Is this red falcon yours? Isn't the red falcon a second-level protected animal? When can it be domesticated?" "No, Wen Youning didn't have any thoughts of entering the official's household yet. It's just a rescue. One must be careful and deliberate with their words in such matters." Wen Youning stood up, separating the two red falcons. The one in the nest that had been startled had already calmed down. To be precise, its anger towards its kind had surpassed its fear of humans, and it kept calling out nonstop. "All right, I rushed out today. Can I give you some meat next time we meet?" Wen Youning didn't want the red falcon to get too upset. "Goo. I want a lot of meat." "Okay," Wen Youning said without any hesitation. "I'll give you as much as you can eat." The hawk in the nest suddenly paused its call, having just been blinded by anger, now realizing something seems off. The tuft of hair on its head swayed in the wind as the red hawk in the nest raised its eyes with a whoosh. "Can you hear what the falcon is thinking?" Wen Youning confidently nodded at the red falcon in the nest. "Yes, so don't worry, there will definitely be enough meat for you." HMPH. Making a fuss over nothing. The red falcon on Wen Yuling's shoulder raised its chin, indicating that it couldn't be bothered with this ugly bird that had never seen the world. "Excuse me, it seems like the two red falcons are arguing quite fiercely. Can we adjust the settings?" Hahaha, the battle was once extremely tense. It's clear that the bird in the nest doesn't want to fight, just wants to scold the bird, while the one on Teacher Wen's shoulder wants to fight but doesn't want to talk. Speaking of which, is it because the red falcon has been unconscious for so long that it was knocked out in the morning and can't wake up? The strange Sam was stunned by the side. "No, is this really still in the country, little sister?" Acting as a mediator for the two squabbling red-tailed hawks is an existence that leaves people at a loss no matter where they are placed. "Well, don't be polite about the meat for the red-tailed hawk, I'm covering it." Guai Wensha hesitated for a moment and didn't get involved. He noticed that Wen Youning was live streaming, thinking it might be for the sake of the stream effect. Regardless of the truth, he definitely could not let Wen Youning take this portion of the meat. In the end, this portion of meat is equivalent to his danuo, and he must provide it himself. Wen Youning said, "Let's return the bird's nest to the tree." Given the red kestrel's capabilities, it may not be able to return the already formed nest to the tree, and can only fetch branches back to build a new one. Okay, Guai Wensha personally picked up the bird's nest, and as soon as he reached out, the red kestrel inside immediately flew up. After placing the bird's nest, Guai Wensha fell down and clapped his hands. "Teacher Wen, may I ask when Danuo will likely wake up?" "I've already woken up." Wen Youning heard the voice of the pigeon. "It's so scary. Two of them, there are actually two, help. Let's go, quickly get away, The pigeon has also experienced being surrounded by two red kestrels in a big scene, and fear is etched in its bones. It really doesn't dare to run or move. "Giwensha, are you pretending to be asleep?" "Goo. Not at all. My eyes are just tired and I don't want to open them. The pigeon made a sound, instantly attracting the attention of the red falcon perched on Wen Youning's shoulder. Perhaps sensing the unfriendly gaze, the pigeon became much quieter. It is because there is a red falcon here that it is too scared to open its eyes. Wen Youning tried to let go of her hand pressing on the red falcon on her shoulder. If there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Give the pigeon a space to dare to open its eyes and wake up. This is troublesome. Guai Wensha touched his nose, feeling like he had wasted a trip, but it was still a good thing that the red falcon was fine. He loosened his grip on the pigeon's fingertips and said, "Dano, you can open your eyes now." Goo. Not at all. Is the pigeon stupid? The air in the park is fresh, and it's nice to come here for a few laps in the morning to exercise. This is the first time Wen Youning has come to this park. As she walked back to the main road, Wen Youning shook her shoulders and said, "It's time to get down." No. The willful red falcon not only refused to come down but also tightened its grip even more. Why can't I keep it? I really like watching the interaction between Hong Huan and teacher Wen. Just thinking about them having to part sooner or later makes me feel sad. I hope the red falcon can come to play often. Wen Youning rubbed the belly of the red falcon. Seeing the red falcon's eyes widen and its feathers fluff up, she calmly said, "If you stand on my shoulder, you have to let me rub. Otherwise, no standing." The red falcon was puffed up, but its claws did not move an inch. Wen Youning intentionally teased it, and after getting its fur all ruffled, it seems to feel even better. "I'm going to the zoo in a bit, are you coming with me?" Wen Youning poked a hole in the red falcon's back, and the falcon pecked here and rubbed there, smoothing its feathers. "Go. Aren't you afraid they'll catch you and keep you at the zoo?" The red falcon snorted disdainfully, proudly raising its head. No one can restrain the falcon. It can run away anytime it wants. Whether it stays or not depends entirely on whether the falcon wants to. "Then you're impressive," Wen Youning sincerely complimented. Family members, live streaming being chased by a dog. If you find it exciting, double tap the screen and deduct 5. A man rushed past Wen Youning like a gust of wind, holding up a phone holder and shouting loud. The wind lifted the strands of hair hanging by Wen Youning's ear, and then came a series of dog barks. "Woof woof. Stop, don't run. Humanity perish." The black and white pastoral dog bares its teeth and chases, trying several times to bite the man's calf, but the man dodges quickly each time. Wow, Ma Wifin, a dream collaboration. I remember Ma Wifin is a pet rescue streamer. Why is he suddenly being chased by a dog? Could it be that under the guise of rescue, he is doing something harmful to the dogs, and got found out by a dog that is now chasing and biting him? Ma Wifin was shouting and running all the way, and every time he looked back, it felt like the dog was almost right next to his calf. Why is this still chasing me? At first it was interesting, but now being chased and breathing heavily, Ma Wifin began to think it wasn't fun anymore. It's over, this dog seems to have its eyes on him. Bro or sis, I haven't offended you, right? I don't have any food on me, can we stop chasing? Seeing that he couldn't run away, Ma Wifin spoke nicely to negotiate with the dog. Woof woof. Bite you to death. Give me back my child. You thief who steals children. Ma Wifin swallowed hard, trembling as he breathed through his collar. I can't understand you calling me like that. Did you steal the dog? Wen Youning walked along the cobblestone path, watching the standoff between a person and a dog. Ma Wifin was already annoyed being chased by the dog, and now he was even more frustrated. Who stole the dog? Why do you speak so unpleasantly? It's talking. Wen Youning indicated toward the barking dog. It wants you to return its child. Ma Wifin. Do you have a problem? What nonsense are you talking about? He held onto his phone tightly. not wanting the platform's review to hear him, thinking it would get him banned for doing something esoteric. I didn't steal the dog. I'm a professional animal rescuer. There are plenty of dogs in the yard I'm responsible for, so why would I go outside to steal a dog? Ma Wifin waved his hand, not wanting to explain too much to someone who didn't understand the specifics of the situation. Woof woof, the mother dog no longer barked at Ma Wifin but turned her gaze to Wen Youning. Wang woo, wank. I feel like there are a lot of things I want to say, and I'm almost going crazy. Wen Youning squatted down and touched it. Don't worry, take it slow. Are you saying this person stole all your puppies? Woof. Yes. It's right at the bad house. A bad house? Is it the one over there being torn down and rebuilt? Wen Youning thought that seemed to be called Huayuan. Did you find any puppy over there in Huayuan? What puppy? That's nonsensical. The rebuttal slipped out and Ma Wifin paused, recalling that he seemed to have. The bullet comments were also reminding at this moment. Wasn't that group of little dogs picked up in Huayuan last week? What's wrong with Ma Wifin? You were just complaining that there were no locust trees in Huayuan, and you forgot so quickly. Ma Wifin slapped his forehead, then remembered what he had forgotten. Oh no, I've been too busy lately and forgot. The puppies I picked up are its. Wen Youning nodded. It has been squatting there for you for a long time. Ma Wifin, He was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to do. At that time, I didn't see any big dogs around, and those puppies hadn't even opened their eyes yet. I thought maybe the mother dog didn't want them, so I took them back, thinking I would raise them until weaning and then look for adopters. Mainly, the situation at that time was such a mess, with rubble and weeds everywhere. It didn't look like a safe and proper dog nest at all. Ma Wifin was also worried that the crumbling wall might fall and hit the puppies, which is why he took them away. Who would have thought that such a blunder would occur? Dog mom, did I say I wouldn't raise them? The dog mom who went out to find food came back to a collapsed sky. I don't know how long the dog mom waited, but she finally caught Ma Wifin coming back here. Time to bite. They took everything. Not a single one left. You deserve to be chased. Woof woof, the dog mom was furious. Give it back, Woof. Come back quickly. Ma Wifin was barked at by the dog, feeling wrong for his mistake and fully understanding why the dog mom would be angry. Don't be angry, don't be angry, I was wrong. It was truly a misunderstanding. I also wanted to save those puppy dogs. After all, they are too small. Without their mother dog to take care of them, they definitely won't survive outside. He waited there for almost an hour, and seeing that it was already noon without a dog mother showing up, he decided to take the puppy away. Ma Wifin clasped his hands together, feeling particularly guilty, and hurriedly thought of a way to make it up. How about you go with me? I'll take you to see the puppies. I promise to take good care of you all. The dog mother wanted to go see her puppies, but she was clearly hesitant about going with a stranger. It instinctively cast its gaze towards Wen Youning. Among those present, the human who could communicate with it was obviously more trustworthy. Wen Youning thought for a moment, did not rashly make a decision, but opened Ma Weifan's account on her phone to check. He is a team, not an individual, and the homepage also separately shot a video about a litter of puppies, which received a fair amount of attention. After some consideration, she said, you can go back with him. With this number of fans, if he treats the puppy poorly, the fans will definitely not let him off. The puppy's safety is guaranteed. Staying outside can only lead to being a stray dog. Wen Youning said, let's go there first to see the situation. If you don't want to stay with him, you can also have him take you back. The wishes of the puppy should be respected. Wen Youning indeed feels that the environment over there is nice and suitable for the dog mom to live in. Woof. Really? What are you doing? Ma Weifan stood there like an outsider. watching Wen Youning and the dog mom exchanging words, and asked in confusion, "Are you talking to the dog?" "Woof woof." The dog mother changed from her gentle demeanor towards Wen Youning and bared her teeth without hesitation at Ma Weifin, who suddenly interrupted their conversation. "Shut your mouth, dog thief." Ma Weifin shrank his neck, clearly sensing that the dog mother did not like him, a feeling he had since being chased earlier. Okay, I won't talk anymore, you all chat. Wen Youning rubbed the puppy's head. "Do you want to go with him?" "Woo-woo. Come with me. If you like a lively atmosphere, I have several courtyards where there are many rescued puppies and kittens. If you don't like the hustle and bustle, I can set aside a small courtyard just for you to take care of the puppies, okay?" Ma Weifin is quite confident in his abilities, and there are many professional doctors and nutritionists to ensure that you and your puppies are raised to be plump and healthy. The dog mother quietly listened for a long time. What is he babbling about? So annoying, Wang. Wang doesn't want to hear his nonsense. Ma Weifin looked at Wen Youning with bright eyes and said, "It heard what was said, right?" Wen Youning was somewhat unsure how to translate, so she simply said, "That's not important." Woof woof. After some consideration, the dog mom still decided to go over. "Let's go take a look." Wen Youning acted as a translator and said, "The dog mom wants to go take a look first, and if it doesn't want to stay there, you can't force it to. Don't worry, she can leave anytime she wants and I can take the puppy with her. I'll pack some dog food cans for them and personally deliver it." Ma Weifin believes that once the dog mother enters his pet paradise, she definitely won't want to leave. "You can go," Wen Youning gently whispered in its ear. "If there's anything you don't like, just call out to him on his phone, and I'll come find you when I hear it." Ma Weifin is live streaming 24 hours a day, but the people on camera have their rest times, and the account is always active. The official promotion is to keep everyone updated on the condition of the animals, allowing fans and viewers to supervise together. This also makes it convenient for her to contact the dog mother. "Woof," the dog mother answered cheerfully, her tail wagging as well. Wen Youning stood up and said, "The dog mother agrees to go back with you." "Really, that's great." Ma Weifin's face lit up, then he became stunned. "How did you know?" "What the dog mother said." "Ma Weifin, what are you talking about?" Ma Weifin tried to take 2 steps forward and saw that the dog mother really followed him, and she didn't seem to be baring her teeth wanting to bite him like before. It's really amazing. Ma Weifin looked up at Wen Youning, wanting to say something, his gaze fixed at the moment he saw the red hawk on her shoulder. How does that bird on your shoulder look so much like a red hawk?" "No, it's a pigeon." Wen Youning waved at the dog mom. "Let's go." Ma Weifin had a blank expression. "Isn't this nonsense? I feel like I'm being treated like a fool. Where can you find such colorful pigeons?" Ma Weifin was left with a question mark, and he didn't even notice as Wen Youning walked away. Woof woof woof. The dog's mother's urgent urging brought his senses back. Oh, coming, let's go, I'll take you back to see the pups." He hurriedly led the way in front to avoid being bitten a few times by the mother dog in a panic. Although I received a rabies vaccine, being bitten while wearing thin clothes in the summer still hurts quite a bit. Since there was no rush on the way back, Wen Youning decided to run back by herself instead of taking a taxi. The red kite circled above, and after a turn, it was no longer known where it flew off to. It seems that it also does not like the bustling city. Whenever it sees a lot of people, it flies up to play by itself. Wen Youning arrived home and it was still early. The little tabby saw the red falcon who went out with her come in, and immediately felt wronged. Meow. Why can the stinking bird follow but the meow can't? Meow wants to go out and play. It's too dangerous outside. Wen Youning washed her hands, wiped them twice with a disinfectant wipe, and then picked up the little tabby. As soon as the kitten was in her arms, it immediately stretched out its paws to reach for the red falcon. "Get down, you stinky bird." The red falcon also raised a paw to confront. These two fight as soon as they meet. Not getting serious about it, just playing around, Wen Youning let them make a fuss. "Shall I take you to the zoo later and let the general play with you?" Wen Youning coaxed the cat. The general stays at home, and sending the little tabby over would give them company to pass the time. There are too many threats to stray cats outside, and it's too dangerous for the kittens to go out by themselves. As for why the red kite can go out, if the red kite wants to go out and Wen Youning stops it, wouldn't that mean the red kite is kept in captivity? Illegal things cannot be done. Compared to staying at home, the little tabby clearly prefers to go play with the general. Wen Youning gently kissed the little cat on the head. "Good, go play by yourself for now. I'll clean up and bring you over." "Meow." The little tabby gently tapped her cheek with its paw, as if trying to nuzzle closer. The red falcon watched clearly from her shoulder, moving its claws a little, then taking another step. Wen Youning put down the little tabby and didn't take another step. She simply picked up her backpack and went into the kitchen to pack food. "Coo!" The red falcon shook its wings, trying hard to assert its presence and attract Wen Youning's attention. "Human!" But seeing Wen Youning busy with her own tasks, the red falcon became anxious. "Coo coo." Wen Youning squinted her eyes, feeling the red falcon nuzzle against her chin, and leaned down to kiss its little furry head. "Is this how?" The red falcon being petted became completely stiff, swaying on her shoulder, with its wings drawn in and trying hard to tuck its neck in. It's the one to be kissed, and after being kissed it hides away. Truly a little awkward thing. "Haha, you made me shy." "I want to kiss you," shy one, teacher Wen. "If I were you, I would grab it right away and kiss it until it sheds fur." "Wow, so cute, it's so cute." The Rua is screeching loudly. The red falcon is nestled on her shoulder, rubbing its wings and secretly peeking. Wen Youning stood in front of the refrigerator, picking out whatever she could take away and selecting what was appropriate from inside. She must keep her promise to bring meat to the black bear that she agreed to last time. The zoo lacks no meat at all, and there might even be some special types of meat that are not available on the market, specially supplied for the zoo's black bears. The meat in her refrigerator is rather too ordinary, so it feels somewhat inadequate. Wen Youning picked some cooked meat that the black bears hadn't eaten, half of which was given to the black bears to try something new, and the other half was made into jerky. The jerky should be cut into short strips for easy packing into boxes. The meat given to the black bears doesn't need to be cut too small, otherwise it won't be enough for the black bears to fill their gaps, and the extra energy will be consumed while chewing. The jerky is cut into strips about 2 fingers thick and of uniform length, and the trimmings go to the mouths of the little tabby cats and the red kites. The red falcon is on her left shoulder, and the tabby cat jumps to her right shoulder to stand. Feeding meat is done in order: 1 bite for the tabby, 1 bite for the red falcon. Meow. It should be meow. Goo. It's a falcon. Wen Youning held the last scrap, watching the two staring at each other, already starting to spark tension. She avoided a fight between them. If they started fighting at this spot, her hair would definitely be the first to suffer. To avoid the city gate catching fire and harming the innocent, Wen Youning sliced down and directly cut the last scrap into 2 halves. Each half. Wen Youning, all right, that's it. There isn't much left over and there's still food in the feeding bowl, but they are not eating it. Clearly they are not hungry. Perhaps the food they snatched is more appealing. The meat is wrapped in an ice bag and placed at the bottom. The sterilizing utensils and alcohol used in acupuncture are placed on the top shelf. In another 2 days, the general should be able to stand up. Wen Youning estimated that he might already be able to stand, but just couldn't stand for long. She planned to discuss rehabilitation with Shi Jin Chen later. Meow. Stand up. Yes, Wen Youning picked up her backpack. Let's go see the general. Meow. I feel that the general's condition is getting better and better. The first time I saw it, Mau Mau was dull and tangled, but now it is visibly smooth. After all, it is a little dog loved by Teacher Wen. Being loved will make it grow flesh and blood madly. After the acupuncture ended, the general did not lie down like before, but stood up on his front legs, trying to bend and stand on one trembling back leg, and finally on the left back leg. After standing completely, he remained motionless, still not used to taking steps forward. Woof! The general was very happy that he could stand up again. Look. I see. Wen Youning took a photo of the general and sent it to Shi Jincheng, who was working. The criminal suspect has been captured. During this time, Jinchen will be quite busy and can only come back to see the general in fragments of time. The general still cannot stand for long, and even more so, cannot run or jump. Wen Youning picked up the general and said, "You all play, I'll take care of the needles. Every time, I have to roll up the sharp ends before throwing them, to avoid pricking those who are rummaging through the trash bins." The red falcon looked at the tip of the needle for a while and then flew to the plastic fence. Woof! The general, holding his beloved toy ball, stared blankly at the strange animal. Even in his previous life, the German Shepherd had no chance to interact with the red falcon. Goo! Silly dog! The general tilted his head and spat out the toy ball in his mouth. The red falcon narrowed its eyes. Crunch! The last needle was rolled up, and Wen Youning wrapped it in a tissue. Done. She turned her head to discuss going to the zoo with Hong Zun. After all, with Hong Zun's identity, being taken into the zoo would involve many unknowns, so for safety's sake, it's better to leave him here. But when she turned around, her shoulder felt empty. Where did the red falcon go? Wen Youning grabbed at nothing, looking around. The screens on the windows were all closed and there were no damages. The general lay motionless on the ground, his cheeks puffed up, running in Wang's mouth. Wen Youning, leave a way out for the hawk. Go. Let's settle this in a deadly battle. General, spit it out. Wen Youning hurriedly jumped over the plastic fence, trying to catch the hawk before the general swallowed it. The general opened his mouth and looked up, blinking in confusion, as if he still couldn't figure out the situation. Wen Youning was holding a damp red hawk. Chirp. Let go. The hawk wants to fight it to the death. The red falcon is clearly unwilling to accept it. It's just stupid dogs ambushing. In a fair and square duel, the falcon will definitely not lose. Yama, why is this red falcon flashing at the door? I testify that the general didn't eat. It just happened that he coincidentally ran into the red falcon while yawning. Almost a step to the stomach. Are you delivering it right into the dog's mouth? Wen Youning wiped it with a tissue. Absolutely not. It's a trap. Wen Youning was busy fiddling with the needle just now, and her phone was casually placed on the table, live streaming small animals playing around. Listening to the heart of the red kite, she was in a fog, so she opened the live replay to find it herself. In the video, the little tabby cat is lying by the plastic fence, licking its paws. The general spits out his beloved toy ball and paws at it as if he wants to share it with a new friend. The red kite, in contrast, is much more cautious. Friendly interactions between animals vary, just like how the red kite perceives staring as a provocation, while the German Shepherd curiously observes and wags its tail in a friendly manner. There has been a cognitive deviation. The red falcon gathered its strength and suddenly flapped its wings to dive, rapidly approaching thanks to the slight height of the fence. Just at that moment, the general let out a yawn. The red falcon dove too quickly and from too close to break, crashing directly into it. Something suddenly appeared in its mouth, and the German Shepherd instinctively closed its mouth, with one of the falcon's claws still hanging outside. Wow, takeout. If it goes any faster, it'll be straight to my stomach. Is that how you use the diving speed of one of the top two? The red falcon also watched the video clearly. Goo. It's a trap. It's just tired and yawning at the moment. Wen Youning was amused by the indignant appearance of this little guy. It didn't know you would suddenly rush over. The general is making friends with you. Wen Youning picked up the toy ball that the general had pushed over. The last time she saw the general, he was holding this toy which had quite a few bite marks on it, looked a bit faded, clearly not new. For a small dog, an old beloved toy is very important. It's a provocation. The red falcon was still puffing up, and the German shepherd slowly moved over, licking a large lick from Wen Youning's hand. Slurp. The red falcon's ego inflated. The general stood on his forelegs, panting and smiling with squinted eyes. Woof woof. Like. Cute. Don't be mad, it's an accident. It's still complimenting you for being cute. Wen Youning had just dried off a bit of the fluff, and this time it was all in vain. How about I give you a bath? I can also give the hawk a massage. My massage skills are super good. The red-legged falcon pecked at the general in anger, but Wen Youning had just gotten up to put some distance after the German shepherd licked the red-legged falcon. The red-legged falcon went into an improvised performance, temporarily cosplaying as a woodpecker. Wen Youning was afraid it would twist its neck. Come on, let's take a bath first. Before that, she sent a message to Xi Jinping, asking to borrow the bathroom. Did the general pee on you? I'm so sorry. The general can no longer control his bowel movements, and when Jinchen saw Wen Youning wanting to borrow the bathroom, he thought it was because he bumped into the general while holding him. While I was contemplating how much to transfer to her for the money for the clothes, Wen Youning sent another message. It's not me. The general accidentally tried some game meat. Just dug out from the dog's mouth almost like new. No. Did my dog eat the red falcon while I wasn't home? Wen Youning, just joking, let the red falcon wash in the bathroom. It's best to put a bowl of water in the sunlight for the little birds to bathe in. When the water warms up, the birds will run into play and will wash themselves while playing. Non-professionals should not imitate this. No matter what kind of bird it is, do not rashly take it to bathe. Wen Youning specifically mentioned this in the live stream to prevent well-meaning people from doing harm. The red falcon was still indignant when it was placed in the water. How dare you sneak attack? Reflecting on how I didn't fight well just now. Wen Youning saw it deep in thought as it reflected on the fight. She splashed a bit of water to wet its head and said, "You can't fight next time." After a pause, she changed her words and said, "Play fighting is fine, but you can't go into the general's mouth again." Those who don't know might think it's a deadly skill. A skill is a skill, but what's likely to be deadly is the hawk. Even the German shepherd might not endure it. The red falcon spreads its wings to slap the water surface. The falcon was careless. Wen Youning splashed a bit of water on its wings as well, while the injured wing on the other side rested on the sink and didn't get wet. After washing it clean, Wen Youning took the red falcon out of the water and spread it out in her palm. Shake it off. The red falcon shook its feathers, water droplets splashing away. Most of the water was shaken off. Wen Youning covered it with a washcloth, rubbing and scrubbing this side and that, not missing out on its little claws, taking care of all of them. From the reaction of the kestrel, it should be very satisfied. Use the lowest setting on the hair dryer and blow slowly. The kestrel also didn't soak in the water for long and didn't get completely wet. After a little breeze, it dried off quite a bit. Goo! The hot wind. Do you like it? Wen Youning rubbed the red falcon's belly with her fingertips. I should go now. Are you staying here or going out to play by yourself? Chew, the red falcon shook its head. Go out and secretly follow humans. No way, Wen Youning saw through its thoughts. The zoo is very dangerous. The red falcon hummed and lay down. comfortably nestled in Wen Youning's palm. Then let the falcon go out to play. All right, remember to come find me to apply medicine at night. When Youning looked at the state of the wound, it would be better to apply medicine one more time. Jiba. 10 a.m. Wildlife Park. Wen Youning's appointment with the director is at 10:30, and she arrives half an hour early. There are many people at the wildlife park in the morning, just as everyone is entering. There are quite a few vendors selling balloons and bubble machines at the entrance. Kyan Newell is waiting in the staff passage, chatting with the security guard at the entrance, when he catches sight of Wen Youning and quickly stands up. Teacher Wen, over here. She is the person who knows Wen Youning the best in the entire zoo, and the director specifically asked her to wait here. Kyan Newell stepped forward to greet, saying, "You're here so early, Teacher Wen." Wen Youning, "Yeah, I'm afraid of long queues and wasting time. No matter what you come to do, being late for a scheduled time is always undesirable." "Oh, with me around, how could I possibly let you queue?" Kyan Newell led the person in. The director's flight was originally scheduled for this afternoon, but because of the matter at Monkey Mountain, he was planning to leave this morning but stayed because of you. Don't worry, I've already set things up for you. I'll handle any issues, just feel free to propose your conditions. It's hard to say whether mind reading is real or not, but the director's point is that regardless of its truth, being able to treat animals, daring to contact ferocious beasts, and quickly establishing friendly relationships with unfamiliar fierce animals, this is all true and witnessed by everyone. Therefore, she is a rare talent that our zoo needs. Kyan Newell said, "The condition of the black-necked swan has improved a lot. It no longer attacks tourists like before, it just stares at people." Wen Youning responded with an "Can those few eggs not be sent back yet?" "The two intact ones can be, but the damaged ones cannot. Even though the damaged ones have been repaired, they can only be incubated in the incubation room. First, we worry that the black-necked swan might find the repaired parts unsightly and peck them off. Second, we are afraid that the cygnets might peck at the repaired areas when they hatch. The artificially repaired parts of the eggshell are definitely thicker than normal eggshells because they are covered with a piece of similar eggshell over the gap. Even if the cygnet's beak pecks at it, it won't be able to pry it open. In the end, it will still require human assistance to break the shell. After careful consideration, we can only send back two." While talking, they walked inside. Xingling was bustling with activity, with tourists filling the stands, but the bears below seemed rather listless, lying around and scratching at their paws. The black bear under the tree shade sniffed, dropping the half-eaten apple and walking out. "Woo." "Good morning," Wen Youning smiled and waved at it. "Woo." "Good morning, humans. I have something to do, I'll be back later with something delicious for you." Wen Youning patted her backpack, which was stuffed with meat for the black bear. "Woo." Food cannot be fed randomly. Anything brought in from outside must first be checked by the park staff. Only after confirming there are no issues can it be fed to the black bear, so right now, even if we want to feed it, we can't. Did the black bear come out because it smelled Teacher Wen's scent? It was just hiding and sleeping a moment ago. It seems like the little dog waiting at the door after you leave. Dog bear. Damn it, having to face these adorable creatures every day at work makes me willing to live in a villa and drive a luxury car. What, how come they're getting to eat and take things too? Bang bang. Principal, Teacher Wen is here. Kyan Newell opened the door and stood at the entrance, showing no intention of stepping inside. Wen Youning handed her the backpack. "Please check the meat inside." "Hey, it's not a hassle, it's just part of the process. Teacher Wen, you keep busy and I'll come find you later." Kyan Newell was watching a live stream, and to be honest, all this meat was prepared right under her nose, so there was nothing to check, it was just a formality. After Wen Youning muted both the audio and video of the live stream, she entered the office. "Hello, Principal." The director looks to be in his 50s with a smile on his face and a friendly demeanor that seems non-threatening. Welcome, please sit down. I heard Wen Youning chatting about you on the high-speed train and I couldn't believe it. I thought to myself, how could it be so incredible? After watching your live stream for a while I thought, wow, it really is that impressive. The director said, the main reason I invited you here this time is to ask if you have any thoughts about applying for the veterinarian position in the park. The zoo's keepers and veterinarians are always recruiting publicly, but the application requirements are very strict. Many come to apply, but very few end up staying. Their park's animal medical care relies too much on the academy, and when animals fall ill, they have to submit requests up the chain of command. After all, they are just a small wildlife park and do not have many resources allocated. The director has always wanted to cultivate a veterinary team of their own in the park. I heard from Wen Youning that you have a practicing veterinarian qualification certificate, right? Wen Youning nodded. Yes, the electronic version can be found online. I need to find a time to get the certificate back. Good, I think with your abilities you can definitely handle this job. The salary is negotiable. What are your thoughts? The director poured her a cup of hot tea. Wen Youning used to do this job and she also knows the limitations that this job brings. She thought for a moment and said, can I have a part-time position? A non-fixed work schedule, just contact me when needed. My current main job is live streaming and I might stream during working hours. Is that okay? Of course. The director is very open-minded about this. Some doctors in the basic disease park can handle it. Their park is a legitimate wildlife conservation park, and animals don't get sick that easily, right? Hiring doctors is just for assurance. It doesn't have to be mandatory, but it cannot be absent. Then I have no other questions. Wen Youning didn't expect the principal to agree so readily, and her concerns were only these. Okay, I'll have the legal department draft the contract and send it to you. You can check the specific content, and if there are any issues, we can discuss it further. The principal has a basic version of the employee contract, but Wen Youning's situation clearly does not conform to these. Everything needs to be drafted anew. The principal still needs to catch an afternoon flight, and time is very tight. Wen Youning stood up to take her leave, and as soon as she opened the door, Wen Youning, who was blocking the entrance, stumbled and almost fell into Wen Youning's arms. Fortunately, at the last moment she managed to hold it together. The principal over here noticed and shot her a complaining glance. Wen Youning awkwardly touched her nose and said, "Did teacher Wen say the same thing about me?" The principal waved her hand and Wen Youning chuckled. "Well, auntie, we're leaving now." Wen Youning picked up the backpack filled with meat and asked, "Are you relatives?" "Yes." Wen Youning closed the door and walked alongside Wen Youning. "The thing about the person in charge of Monkey Mountain was told to me by my aunt. They had my aunt under pressure from behind. If it weren't for this, he would have been fired by my aunt long ago." "Forget it, let's not talk about that. Are you going to feed the black bear now? Can I come along with you?" Last time, Wen Youning was teasing the black bear, and Wen Youning only arrived at the end, missing how Wen Youning interacted with the black bear. Watching the live stream later felt like something was missing. Watching the live version is way better than watching the live stream. Wen Youning saw she seemed quite free. "Don't you need to watch the aviary?" "I'm on leave today." Wen Youning sighed. "Because of the matter with the knob-nosed swan, I've been waking up early and returning late, almost exhausted. Li Jai granted me 2 days off to rest, saying she's worried I might die suddenly." Just in time to know that Wen Youning is coming today, she directly came to work as a part-time guide. Wen Youning opened the live stream and looked at Wen Youning, noticing the obvious dark circles under her eyes, and said, "You really should get some rest." "I can't sleep, and I definitely just watch your live stream when I go home, so give me a bit of involvement." She made various arrangements and finally managed to take Wen Youning into the zoo. Let's go, let's go." The black bear is still waiting for you. Walking out of the Visitor Service Experience Center, almost all the tourists on the road were heading in the same direction. Hurry up, if we go late we won't get to see it. Is it true? Can alligators really fight? There are videos on the phone, how could it be fake? Kyan Newell was stunned. Is the crocodile fighting? There's also this program. Wen Youning said, let's go take a look. The crocodile pond is right next to it. Many tourists come because they saw videos online. When crocodiles are still, they lie in the pool looking as if they are dead, so most tourists will watch the crocodile performance in front, and very few will come to the crocodile pool to see the groups of crocodiles. Kyan Newell led Wen Youning through the employee passage and stood in front of the fence. Outside was already packed with tourists, and they came too late to squeeze in. It's still a bit close to see the crocodiles from here. Two crocodiles that are similar in size are entangled together, and the keeper keeps changing the tools in his hands, trying to separate them. Hey, is that the one with the white belly, a cypress? Kyan Newell squinted her eyes, as she thought that crocodiles only differ in size, making it difficult to distinguish their appearance, except that cypress is more noticeably chubby. Wen Youning, yes. The crocodile that speaks slowly is surprisingly quick when it comes to fighting. Oh my God, my ancestor, the performance is about to start, and you two are fighting like this. Zhao Zi was afraid to approach the crocodile of the other keeper, fearing that it might bite him as well due to unfamiliarity. Pine and cypress. When Youning could tell that the pine and cypress had the upper hand, let it go, you retreat first. Zhao Zi splashed through the water in his rain boots. The water was shallow, just over his ankles. Hearing a familiar voice, he turned around and laughed. Teacher Wen, you've come. The pine and cypress. Zhao Zi pointed with a stick, and upon closer inspection, he saw only the beaten crocodile lying in place, while the pine and cypress had disappeared without a trace. Continuing along the way, it stopped in front of Wen Youning. Zhao Zi clicked his tongue and said, when someone calls, they just leave. I almost lost my voice shouting. It wants to bite people. Wen Youning squatted down and stared into the fence with Songbei. Who, is it that crocodile? Songbei blinked, yes. Are you trying to stop it from biting people? When Youning looked at the bite marks on Songbei, I'll get you some medicine later. This little scratch is nothing compared to the fact that it can withstand a shovel from a crocodile. The beaten crocodile didn't seem to be seriously injured. It lay on the ground, and its keeper finally dared to come forward at this time, poking it with a stick and saying, look at you, you can't even fight, you're weak, and you like to play, get ready, it's our turn to perform. The crocodile opened its mouth slightly, but didn't make a sound. Don't shout or it will bite you to death soon. I bit down when it stuck its head in. Bite to death. Wen Youning looked at the unfamiliar crocodile. The zookeeper was unaware, squatting next to the crocodile and casually touching it a couple of times. What are you opening your mouth for? Are you hungry? How about I give you some fish to eat after the show? So annoying. I'll bite you to death in a moment. That crocodile is going to bite someone. Kyan Newell squatted on the side, secretly wanting to touch the crocodile, and instinctively responded, him. When Youning asked, what will you do if this crocodile bites someone? Zhao Zi suddenly didn't respond to this question. It bites. Then the crocodile can't be kept. No matter what the reason is, biting falls under a serious incident. Wen Youning pointed to the crocodile that had been beaten by Songbei and said, you go tell that keeper that the crocodile wants to bite him. Zhao Zi, what? There are a total of 2 crocodiles in this pool, and Wen Youning didn't deliberately lower her voice when speaking, so the keeper clearly heard what she said. Is it talking about me? The zookeeper looked very young, like he had just graduated from college. Wen Youning did not deny it, only saying, it performs with safety in mind. It's best to switch to a different crocodile. The zookeeper was somewhat unhappy to hear this, but considering that it was someone Zhao Zi knew, he did not lose his temper in front of him. There's always a risk of being bitten in crocodile shows. Don't speak without understanding. My relationship with a do is quite good. It wouldn't bite me. The zookeeper had a lot of confidence in his relationship with the crocodile. Zhao Zi pondered for a moment and also persuaded. Since Teacher Wen has said so, why don't you postpone the performance and let Xiao Li go first? No, Zhao Ji, what are you two talking about, saying such strange things? The keeper turned around to call the staff to help bring the crocodile onto the performance stage. Wen Youning, that crocodile is thinking about biting you the moment you stick your head in. Is your next performance sticking your head into the crocodile's mouth? What you're thinking? The keeper chuckled and waved his hand, saying, don't make me laugh. Hey, you're the streamer that Brother Zhao mentioned, right? Don't come here to put on a show. I don't believe in that kind of thing. Besides, isn't my performance clearly stated in the performance section? You shouldn't doubt it. Teacher Wen really can read minds. Cayenne Newell felt a bit anxious hearing him say that. If Teacher Wen says the crocodile wants to bite you, it will definitely bite you. The zookeeper, he said indifferently, believing she can read minds is less credible than believing I can fly. It feels like that crocodile is really ferocious, having bitten all the cypress trees. The crocodiles that can perform are all trained. The probability that they bite is actually very low. Since Teacher Wen says he heard it, I think it's better to believe it. It won't do any harm after all. Zhao Zi stood in the middle, feeling less confident now. Emotionally, he trusts his colleagues. The crocodiles have been in the park longer than he has, and the previous zookeeper had never had an accident in all that time. The new zookeeper has been there for 2 years, and the relationship has long been established. Thinking of the communication between Wen Youning and Songbei, Zhao Zi scratched his head in confusion. He also felt that what Wen Youning said was true. Zhao Zi ran to his colleague and whispered, it's better to believe that it exists than to believe that it doesn't. The zookeeper rolled his eyes, squatted down, pried open the crocodile's mouth, reached inside and took something out. See, did it bite me? Don't believe everything, be careful or you'll get tricked into buying insurance when you get old. Zhao Zi glanced at his colleague and then at Wen Youning. Songbei hit that crocodile precisely because he heard it say it would bite. Wen Youning patted Songbei, right, not if it's right. The pine and cypress moved their heads slightly, yes. The caretaker smiled politely at her, then turned to the staff and said, come on bro, let's hurry up. There are still spectators waiting up top. The audience for the crocodile performance was almost full, and delaying for so long below has caused dissatisfaction with the performance. Who will take responsibility for this result? Isn't it the person involved in this performance? The zookeeper has no intention of taking the blame for this. Hey you, Wen Youning started to speak, but where would one find evidence to prove that the crocodile was about to bite someone? Good words are hard to persuade a damned ghost. Let's send him on his way. No, has this live broadcast room been brainwashed? People are working, there are so many viewers waiting, time is tight and tasks are heavy. They are old partners who would believe an outsider's words. Is it trending again? So many newcomers have come in. If you don't understand, it's advisable to watch more. Still, the same saying. Do not use your superficial understanding to undermine others' abilities. I'm done, I can't watch anymore. Yes. Zhao Zi was pushed back, saying, Teacher Wen, is it possible that we heard it wrong? It's impossible. Wen Youning stared at him firmly. We need to find a way to replace that crocodile. Don't you have any substitutes? Let's change to another crocodile first. Zhao Zi was also in a difficult position, shaking his head to indicate that there really were none. We've never had an accident here. How about we go in and take a look? Cayenne Newell suggested tentatively. What if the crocodile is just all talk, like when we say we can't go on when we're tired from work? It's not really that we're exhausted, just exaggerating to vent our emotions? I hope so. Wen Youning didn't understand the personality of that crocodile, but judging by the fierce look it had, the probability of getting bitten was 19%, with a 1% chance of not getting bitten. Zhao Zi did not want to doubt Wen Youning too much, but he also could not push down the program that someone had prepared without evidence or reason. What kind of person would that make him? It seems that a compromise has been found, just in case, right? If nothing goes wrong, wouldn't everything be just fine? Zhao Zi said, let's go in first. Whether it's true or not, we'll know after we take a look. The tourists above have mostly dispersed. From a distance, it's impossible to hear what the people below are saying. It was apparent that the crocodile duel did not last long before it ended, so they began to leave to check out other areas of the park. Some tourists thought that since they were already here, they might as well catch the crocodile show and watch it before heading back. As a result, there were people standing in the audience area, even in the aisles. Zhao Zi brought them to the inner circle, where a row of plastic chairs was prepared for rescue personnel and colleagues. Adding 2 more chairs also counts as the best viewing position. Qian Yuo trusted Wen Youning's words completely. Watching the crocodile and the handler on stage made him a little anxious, and he tried to move closer to Wen Youning. The handler stood on stage, raised both hands to greet the audience, and, listening to the waves of cheers, subtly glanced over at Wen Youning. The crocodile opened its mouth wide. During this performance, the crocodile didn't need to move. It only required the handler to reach in and take it out, to probe inside and withdraw slowly, creating a tense and terrifying atmosphere. The performance time for each show is not long, which is why so many shows have been scheduled. When the zookeeper once again took his hand out of the crocodile's mouth and raised it for everyone to see, there was another round of applause from the audience. After 2 attempts to reach in, it's time to stick your head in. Qian Yuo muttered softly, Teacher Wen, can you hear the crocodile's heart now? Wen Youning shook her head, there's no sound at all. On the bright side, what if the crocodile is really expressing its emotions? Qian Yuo tightened her fingertips. The zookeeper knelt down on one knee. He had performed this show over 100 times in the past 2 years and occasionally traveled with his crocodile colleagues, so it could be said that he had developed a tacit understanding over time. But this time, even after doing the same movements so many times, he hesitated a bit when it came to doing them again. Facing the audience's tense gaze and the crocodile's stiff stare, the zookeeper felt his throat bob up and down, inexplicably a bit flustered. Perhaps it was influenced by what Wen Youning said earlier. No matter how much I pretend not to care, there is still a bit of discomfort buried in my heart. The zookeeper hasn't moved for a long time and the audience on stage is holding their breath. Many people have already begun to quietly ask, is it over? Why is there no movement? They should be getting ready. The zookeeper was somewhat impatient with his struggle, irritably clicking his tongue, but the show continued, and he still did not stick his head out as planned. Instead, he reached his hand in again. The crocodile's mouth, which was wide open, suddenly closed at that moment. The zookeeper, already troubled and distracted by Wen Youning's words, had his tense nerves focused on every subtle change in the crocodile, and his hand almost retracted at the same time. Slap! The crocodile closed its mouth and stared at the pale-faced trainer. Ah, did it really bite? Damn, if I had pulled my hand back 1 second slower, it would have been gone. Teacher Wen got it right again. I'm standing right here. Let's see who dares to question that mind reading is fake. This world really has turned upside down. It's making my back break out in a cold sweat. Is this a new show effect at the zoo? They've had it in India for a while, pretending to bite while actually scaring the audience. Qian Yuo almost cried out, but she was still performing, desperately covering her mouth. Teacher Wen was right again. Zhao Zi also had a pale face. The performance procedure was almost the same. The first 2 times he reached out his hand and the last time he leaned in. After so many repetitions, even the dumbest crocodile could guess it. Therefore, the crocodile on stage was specifically waiting for the first 2 times to finish reaching out, just waiting to bite at the last time when the head leaned in. Unexpectedly, Song Yiming suddenly changed the performance method at the last moment. Otherwise, if the head leans in, the whole body tilts, making it faster than just reaching in and pulling back the hand. In other words, there is simply no way to avoid it. Hiss. Zhao Zi felt a chill in his neck. Song Yiming smiled and bowed after the crocodile closed its mouth, pretending to be calm and attributing the earlier incident to the program's effect. Turning around to leave the stage, without having time to say goodbye to his partner, Song Yiming's legs went weak and he almost knelt down. Zhao Zi quickly helped out. "Brother Zhao, is it really true?" Song Yiming stammered in fear. He pounced in front of Wen Youning, gripping her hands and shaking them up and down, attempting to speak several times, but his throat felt as if something was stuck, and tears welled up in his eyes. Anyone who has experienced such a thing would have red eyes. The person is so scared that their soul seems to be floating behind them while they walk in front. Song Yiming's tears flowed down uncontrollably, unable to make any sound except for the muffled nasal noises. "It's okay now," Zhao Zi comforted him, patting him on the shoulder. Wen Youning suggested, "Let's pause the crocodile show. Continuing the performance is a bit dangerous. The crocodile does not target humans, it just simply wants to bite someone. There is danger everywhere." The host calmly went on stage to evacuate the tourists. Song Yiming nodded with tears in his eyes. Now that Wen Youning was speaking, he dared not refuse her, as she had almost scared him to death. Clearly, they had a good relationship with the crocodile before, lying beside it without being attacked. Who would have thought that, on the surface appearing calm and composed, they were actually already planning how to bite him to death? It's hard to read a crocodile's emotions on its face. Caiyan Yu patted him on the shoulder. "Now you understand the worth of my sister Wen, right?" Song Yiming continued to nod vigorously. He knew all too well. "Impressive. Haha, the kid got completely fooled. But it's really scary. I watched the live stream knowing that the crocodile might bite, and I was shocked." Was the last-minute change of the performance plan also due to being frightened by what teacher Wen said earlier? Song Yiming was somewhat stunned and hadn't recovered his composure yet. Once an alligator bites down, it will roll over for a death roll. Regardless of which part is in the alligator's mouth, it will be separated from the body. It's completely normal for Song Yiming to be scared like this. Wen Youning thought of a solution. "If it really doesn't work, we can arrange for Song Bai to be next to it. Let Song Bai talk to this alligator and give Song Bai more rewards. It was injured today because of you." It was Song Bai who fought with that alligator that attracted them over. After taking care of the golden monkeys last time, he has made another contribution this time. You could say that the pine and cypress really have no shortcoming except for speaking slowly from the heart. The performance did not have any major accidents, and the following performances must continue. Wen Youning touched the meat in her backpack. The cooling ice pack was already a bit melted. "You all keep busy, I'll leave first. Take advantage of the freshness and go feed the black bear." "Okay." Zhao Zi wanted to send him off, but as soon as he let go, Song Yiming fell to the ground. He could only hold him up for now. Caiyan Yu didn't even dare to look at those crocodiles, closely following Wen Youning. It wasn't until she walked out of the crocodile pool that she dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing Wen Youning chatting with the crocodiles, she thought all crocodiles were easy to talk to. It turns out there is also a moody side hidden inside. Terrifying. There were many fewer people in the Bear Ridge than when I passed by in the morning. After all, just looking doesn't allow for feeding. The bears don't stand up to interact, and after taking a few photos, it's off to the next area. Wen Youning walked onto the stage and looked down, seeing the black bear stuffing apples into the brown bear's mouth. Wow, brothers are friendly and respectful to each other. The black bear really takes care of his friends and knows how to share. He even feeds them mouth to mouth. How thoughtful of the little bear. You used to catch fish. Why are you being so generous this time? It feels like something is not quite right. The black bear is feeding seriously. Woo. Eat more. I'll give you all to eat. It seems that the brown bear still has something in its mouth that it hasn't swallowed, and it was stuffed with an apple, making woo-woo sounds while eating. I can't eat anymore. I'm so full. The black bear looked at the remaining half of the apple and then found another bear to stuff it in. Then you eat.